Chapter 391. There were a lot of young talents in this family meeting. Other than Jiang Jian, Jiang Yihe's performance was also outstanding. He was the most eye-catching disciple outside of the top 10 core disciples. I heard that there is a genius swordsman in Cold Wind City. Why didn't I see him in the competition? An elder was puzzled. I think Jiang Hong's condition is not very good. His attacks are fiercer than before. What's wrong with him? Many elders were puzzled. I heard that before the family meeting, there was a strange teenager who caused havoc in the Jiang mansion. He even injured a few disciples and elders. Doesn't the patriarch know? The red-haired man sneered. This was too embarrassing. Hearing this, Jiang Tianyu frowned. Is there such a thing? Soon, someone came to report. Yes, there is such a thing. That teenager was brought here by the branch of Green Mountain City, but he had a conflict with the people of Cold Wind City. That teenager was injured by a swordsman, genius disciple, and an elder of Cold Wind City. To be able to defeat a swordsman genius and an elder, could it be another young expert? But when did Blackfeather City have such a genius? Everyone was puzzled. What's his cultivation? Jiang Tianyu asked. That teenager's cultivation is only at the early harmonious spirit realm, but his swordsmanship is extraordinary. What? Early harmonious spirit realm? Everyone was shocked. To be able to challenge someone who was 2 small realms higher than him and win, this news was too shocking. Where is he now? Jiang Tianyu asked in a deep voice. Although he was also surprised by the teenager's combat strength, he couldn't ignore the fact that he had injured his disciples and elders in the Jiang mansion. That young man left, but at that time, young Master Jiang Hong tried to stop him, but in the end he failed. Jiang Hong tried to stop him. Jiang Tianyu was slightly surprised. The elders' faces also changed. They knew Jiang Hong's ability. Being able to enter the top 10 core disciples was enough to prove his strength. Even so, he still couldn't stop the mysterious teenager. This made them shocked. Even Jiang Hong couldn't stop him. Interesting. Ying Shaoxiong was slightly interested. Jiang Tianyu's face didn't look good. Nobody told him such important information. Moreover, it was the Red Leaves who said it in public. This made the Jiang family lose face. We can't just let this matter go like this. After the clan assembly, you guys post a notice to arrest this young man. Patriarch. The disciple who came to report wanted to say something, but hesitated. Is there anything else? Speak. Jiang Tianyu said in a deep voice. This time, he didn't want to miss any more information. It said that the mysterious young man fought with the disciples of Cold Wind City because of medicinal pills. Medicinal pills? Everyone was puzzled. Jiang Tianyu continued to ask, What kind of medicinal pill? Tell me clearly. It said that the young man has a mysterious master who can concoct pills that can increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm. It seems that the 2 genius disciples of Qingshan City took this pill, and their cultivation base increased by a small realm. What? A pill that can increase the cultivation of the harmonious spirit realm? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Continue, Jiang Tianyu said in a deep voice. After Cold Wind City and the other branches received the news, they requested that young man to refine them. Moreover, at that time, young Master Jiang Hong also asked that young man to refine pills. However, that young man did not agree, resulting in a conflict. Jiang Hong? All the elders frowned. They knew Jiang Hong's temper very well. His words must have been very strong. Otherwise, the result would not have been like this. Is the information true? Jiang Tianyu asked. It should be. The people of Qingshan City are very respectful to him. Bring the elders of Qingshan City here. Jiang Tianyu said. Soon the 3rd elder and Jiang Sihai were brought in front of everyone. Have you ever asked anyone to concoct pills that can increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm? Jiang Tianyu asked. The third elder and Jiang Sihai's body trembled. They knew that they couldn't hide it anymore, so they had to tell everything. Everyone was very surprised. Their eyes were full of passion. Is it really concocted by that young man himself? Jiang Tianyu asked again. The third elder and Jiang Sihai nodded to show that they were sure. Being able to concoct such a miraculous pill at such a young age, it seems that he must have a very powerful master. The Eagle, Fort, Lord Guest. Send someone to find that young man now. Pay attention to your attitude and be humble. You must invite him to our Jiang family. Jiang Tianyu ordered. At the same time, the Red Leaves family and the Eagle Fort Lord also quietly sent out orders. This young man who knew how to concoct miraculous pills, if they could teach him well, it would be very beneficial to their family. Moreover, the Jiang family had just defended this young man, so the Red Leaves family had a greater chance. The red-headed man sneered. Next, the disciples of Cold Wind City and Jiang Hong were called in for questioning. The more Jiang Tianyu listened, the angrier he became. What a bunch of useless people. Such an important person was actually driven away by you. His face showed a trace of anger. It seems that I have been too lax with your discipline. Originally, this young man was brought here by Qingshan City, and his attitude towards Jiang family was not bad. But because of these arrogant and despotic disciples, he was forced to leave. The family meeting is over. All of you go and reflect on your mistakes. The disciples of Cold Wind City were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. Jiang Hong deeply lowered his head, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. All of you go! Jiang Tianyu waved his hand. The family meeting continued, but the people who were present didn't have the mood to watch the competition. Why hasn't Ting come yet? Go and call her here. Jiang Tianyu said. Immediately, a disciple respectfully replied and quickly left. No need, Father, I'm back. An intimate voice called out. Hearing this voice, all the elders laughed. It must be that little lass Yuding. When Ing Shaoxiong heard this voice, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He excitedly turned his head to look. However, when he saw Jiang Yuding, his whole person became unwell. Not only him, but even Jiang Tianyu and the others were stunned, because beside Jiang Yuding stood an unfamiliar young man, and the two of them seemed to be very close. Everyone was puzzled. When did Yuding make such a friend? Ing Shaoxiong's face immediately became gloomy. Everyone knew that he liked Jiang Yuding. Although Yuding didn't like him, she didn't walk too close to other young men. But today, she actually walked so close to an unfamiliar young man. Ing Shaoxiong couldn't stand it. Who are you? How dare you stay by Yuding's side? Get lost! Ing Shaoxiong coldly shouted. Who stays by my side? What does it have to do with you? Jiang Yuding rolled her eyes at him, then turned her head and gently said, Lin Gongzi, ignore him. Ing Shaoxiong was so angry that his whole body trembled. Yuding had never spoken to him so gently. Chapter 392. The Eagle Fort's Fort Master's face also darkened. He coldly shouted, Shaoxiong, sit down. Pay attention to your status. All right, don't blame Shaoxiong. Jiang Tianyu waved his hand and then turned to ask, who is this young master? As the clan leader, Jiang Tianyu's attitude was still considered gentle. Father, he's Lin Xian. He's my benefactor. Benefactor? Everyone was puzzled. An elder quickly said, Yuding, could it be that you've been tricked? Jiang Yuding shook her head. He's indeed my benefactor. He saved and it was naturally the multicolored peacock. That was Jiang Yuding's treasure. And is injured. What happened? Tell me in detail. Jiang Tianyu walked in again. Too many things had happened in this clan assembly, and every one of them was unusual. Father, you should have heard the explosion in the south of the city, right? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The explosion from before had indeed stunned them. However, they had investigated and found no clues. You were there at that time. Jiang Tianyou's expression changed. Hearing this, everyone looked at Jiang Yuding. Jiang Yuding stuck out her tongue and said, "At that time, and was very anxious about that place, so I could only go and take a look." "Child, why do you always ask so many questions? What if something happened to you? How am I going to explain it to your mother?" Jiang Tianyu was anxious. "Father, I'm fine." Jiang Yuding continued. "There was a red-robed freak in that courtyard. She was the one who led us there. There was also a three-headed bird that wanted to eat and the other demonic beasts. After that, and was injured in the battle. It was this Lin Gongzi who treated her." Yuding quickly explained the whole story. "Many thanks to young hero Lin for saving and this old man thanks you," Jiang Tianyu said. "Senior, you're too polite." Lin Xian smiled. Seeing the change in the Jiang clan's attitude towards Lin Xian, Ing Xiaoxiong's heart burned with anger. He wanted to go up and slap him to death. Fortunately, Eagle Castle's castle master, Ing Taizhan, stopped him with his eyes. But Ing Xiaoxiong's sinister eyes showed that he would not let this matter rest. "Good boy. You dare to fight with me over Yuding. No matter who you are, you're dead." Ing Xiaoxiong roared in his heart. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword to extinguish the purple flames in the multicolored peacock's body, and then used a pill to heal its body. After the multicolored peacock was out of danger, he followed Jiang Yuding to this place. Moreover, he already knew that Jiang Yuding was actually the daughter of Jiang Tianyu, the clan leader of the Jiang clan. Her status was even higher than he had imagined, which was very beneficial for him to find Jiang Sanfeng. "Young hero Lin, where did you learn from? Your skills are so superb. This old man is truly impressed." The Eagle Fortress's fort master asked. Naturally, he wanted to find out more about Lin Xian's background. "I'm just a country bumpkin. There's no need to talk about it." Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. "Country bumpkin? Humph, I think you're just a country bumpkin. You cured the multicolored peacock with just luck. Do you think you can win Yuding's heart?" Ing Xiaoxiong snorted coldly. There were also some elders in the Jiang clan who looked at Lin Xian with gloomy expressions. They originally supported Ing Xiaoxiong, and Lin Xian's appearance made them very uncomfortable. "Young hero Lin has helped us. Why don't we let him go to the treasury to get some spiritual stones? We, the Jiang family, as one of the major forces in Blackfeather City, can't afford to offend them," a thin elder said. His name was Jiang Da, and he was very supportive of the marriage between the Jiang clan and the Eagle Fortress. Therefore, he was hostile to anyone who approached Jiang Yuding. "Father, I invited him to watch the clan's competition. What should I do if you do this?" Jiang Yuding said, coquettishly, All right. Young hero Lin, please take a seat." Jiang Tianyu had no choice but to agree to his daughter's request. "Sir, please don't. We invited all the famous clans here. He's just a country bumpkin. How can he sit with these people?" Jiang objected. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This old man had repeatedly jumped out to stop him, and he was very disgusted. "I'm afraid it has something to do with the Eagle Fortress." Lin Xian's soul was very strong. He could sense the expressions of these people, and he knew what the Eagle Fortress and the elders were thinking. "Since someone doesn't welcome me, I think we should forget about it. Yuding, I'll take my leave first." Lin Xian smiled and shrugged. "Yuding is not for you to call her that." Ing Xiaoxiong's eyes were burning with anger. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. "Men, give young hero Lin 3,000 mid-grade spiritual stones." Elder Jiang shouted. "No need." Lin Xian coldly refused. "I thought the Jiang clan was a famous clan, but now it seems that they are so narrow-minded. What a joke! What did you say?" Jiang was anxious. "Brat, don't think that you can be so presumptuous here just because you saved the 5-colored peacock." Suddenly, a huge pressure pressed down on Lin Xian. "Is this how the Jiang clan treats their guests?" Lin Xian smiled, not fearing the huge pressure at all. "Father," Jiang Yuding anxiously shouted. "All right, everyone stop," Jiang Tianyu coldly shouted, suppressing everyone. "I know what you guys are thinking, but young hero Lin did save Anin. What's wrong with sitting down and watching the competition?" Everyone was silent. Jiang sinisterly said, "Since the Sir has spoken, then young hero Lin should sit down." After saying that, he pointed to the seat at the end of the hall. It was very remote and could not even be called a seat. Lin Xian's face darkened. This old man was obviously making things difficult for him, and he wanted him to back off. "I didn't come here to be bullied. You want me to sit in that place?" Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. "Brat, who do you think you are? Letting you sit there is already giving you face." Ying Shaoxiong coldly snorted. "Is there no one else in the Jiang clan? Letting an outsider shout here?" Lin Xian sneered. The elders' hearts tightened. They supported the Eagle Fortress, so they did not feel that Ying Shaoxiong's actions were inappropriate. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was extremely inappropriate. This was the Jiang residence, and it was the Jiang clan's clan assembly. It was indeed inappropriate for Ying Shaoxiong to shout repeatedly, "Hee, there is indeed no one in the Jiang clan." On the side, the red-haired man sneered. "Shaoxiong, shut up!" Ying Tai's Han coldly shouted, "Brat, you are courting death. After you leave the Jiang clan, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Ying Shaoxiong threatened. Jiang also changed the topic. "If you don't want to sit there, where do you want to sit? We're all big shots here, and we're all famous people. Do you think there is a place for you here? Letting you sit there is already very polite. I will not sit there. If I want to sit, I will sit here." After saying that, Lin Xian pointed to Jiang Da's seat. "Brat, you dare!" Elder Jiang Da was so angry that he jumped. Chapter 393. Jiang Tianyu also frowned slightly, but he still said in a deep voice, "Young hero Lin, why don't you go down to the guest seats? The Jiang clan disciples are all there. Maybe you can make some friends. Lin Gongzi, it's boring to sit here. Why don't we go down and play?" Jiang Yuding tugged on Lin Xian's sleeve and said. This scene made Ying Shaoxiong's eyes even gloomier. "All right, then let's go down and sit." Lin Xian smiled. Then he turned to the elder and said, "For the sake of clan leader Yuding, I'll go down to the guest seats. However, I think you'll invite me up very soon. I hope you can still be so insistent." After saying that, Lin Xian turned and walked down to the young disciple seats. Looking at Lin Xian's back, many elders showed disdain. Elder Jiang sneered, "You want to come back? You're dreaming. Men, go and find out who he is and what his motive is for approaching Mississippi." Immediately, 2 disciples left quickly. When Lin Xian was on the guest seats, he had already attracted everyone's attention. However, his back was facing the crowd, so they didn't recognize him at all. When he walked to the disciple seats, many people exclaimed softly. Among them, the most surprised were the branch disciples from Green Mountain City and Cold Wind City. They looked at Lin Xian as if they had seen a ghost. It had only been a day and Lin Xian was back. Moreover, he seemed to have hooked up with Miss Jiang. When Jiang Hong saw this, he was so shocked that he stood up. His body trembled slightly, and he didn't know what to say. "Brat, you dare to come back." Jiang Hong's tone was cold. "Why? You know each other?" Jiang Yuding was confused. "Yuding, why are you with him?" Jiang Hong's voice was filled with confusion. The other disciples also came and went. Among them, a few core disciples saw this scene and frowned. "Scram, a good dog doesn't block the way," Lin Xian said to Jiang Hong, who was in the middle. The surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Jiang Hong was one of the core disciples, and his strength was frightening. Now, there was actually someone who dared to reprimand him in public. This caused many people to have a surreal feeling. Those core disciples also looked over. Jiang Hong's bad temper was well known among them. Now that he was being ridiculed like this, he would definitely explode on the spot. Who is this brat? How dare he speak like that? Isn't he afraid that Jiang Hong will kill him with a single palm strike? I don't know, but given how arrogant he is, even if he were to be beaten to death, it wouldn't matter, right? Those disciples were all in the mood of watching a show. Brat, you're courting death. Jiang Hong's face flushed red when he heard this. A layer of purple ripples appeared on his body, spinning rapidly. Every time it spun, a terrifying aura would leak out. You dare to make a move? Lin Xian looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. There was no fear on his face. The exchange earlier made him understand Jiang Hong's strength like the back of his hand. Although Jiang Hong was very powerful in the eyes of others, it was not difficult for him to deal with him. Looking at that smiling face, Jiang Hong's body trembled, but he did not make a move immediately. Firstly, he had exchanged blows with Lin Xian and did not gain any advantage. Moreover, Lin Xian could refine miraculous pills. His identity was very special. If it was exposed, the entire Jiang family would definitely treat him like a distinguished guest. If he made a move at this time, the family would definitely punish him. Thinking of the patriarch's furious look, Jiang Hong unconsciously shuddered. I'm warning you. You better stay away from Yuding. Jiang Hong's tone was cold. However, he did not make a move in the end. Humph! With a cold snort, Jiang Hong sat down angrily and no longer looked at Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned and then rubbed their eyes hard. This result was something they never expected. No way, I didn't see wrongly. That brat Jiang Hong actually did make a move? A short-haired core disciple opened his mouth wide. Beside him, several other core disciples were also frowning. This matter is too illogical. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. Who is this brat? Not only can he walk together with Yuding, but he can also suppress Jiang Hong. Just as everyone was shocked, on the rostrum, the two disciples who investigated Lin Xian also returned with panicked expressions. Elder, it's not good. The two of them cried out. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Does that brat really have a background? Jiang frowned. Everyone also turned their heads to look. They were also very curious about Lin Xian's identity. That brat is the alchemist who injured the Cold Wind City's disciples. What? Everyone was stunned. Jiang Tianyu furrowed his brows. He never would have thought that the person who was with his daughter was the mysterious alchemist she had always wanted to find. The Eagle Fort's fort master, Yin Taizhan, had a gloomy face. He originally wanted to secretly find that alchemist and establish a good relationship with him. Now it seemed that it was impossible. Father, what should we do? I didn't know that brat was an alchemist, Ing Xiaoxiong said in exasperation. Forget it. It's too late to regret now. The Eagle Fort's fort master said in a deep voice. Now we can only try our best to rope him in. Jiang Da's face was gloomy and uncertain. Thinking back to what Lin Xian said before he left, his face became very ugly. If Lin Xian didn't have any status, what he said would be a joke. But now, Lin Xian's identity turned out to be an alchemist that everyone wanted to rope in. Now, everyone would definitely welcome him with a smile. Thinking that he would give up his seat to a brat, Jiang had the urge to kill himself by banging his head on tofu. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite young hero Lin back. Jiang Tianyu shouted coldly. Immediately, the two deacons moved quickly and rushed to the guest seats. In the guest seats, those people were still looking at Lin Xian in surprise. At this time, two middle-aged deacons walked over from afar with a trace of nervousness between their brows. It seemed that they were coming for Lin Xian. This kid didn't do anything wrong, did he? Even the deacons were alerted. The few core disciples were puzzled again. Jiang Hong's eyes flashed. He knew that the elders in the family must have known about Lin Xian's identity and were here to invite him. The two deacons came in front of Lin Xian and were very polite. Lin Gongzi, the patriarch invites you to the main guest seat. What? Everyone was stunned, as if there was something wrong with their ears. The main guest seat was a place where only the elders of the family and the leaders of Blackfeather City could sit. An unknown kid was going to such a place, and was personally invited by the patriarch. Who is this kid? These people were not fools. To be able to sit at the main guest seat, he must be of high status. No wonder Jiang Hong didn't dare to do anything. He already knew. Everyone suddenly realized. It can't be. Father is really inviting you? Jiang Yuding also had a look of surprise on her face. She stared at Lin Xian with her large, gem-like eyes. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Lin Xian walked to the main guest seat. Chapter 394. Lin Gongzi, why didn't you say you were an alchemist earlier? It's not good to have such a big misunderstanding now. A few elders greeted him with smiles. They were all under Jiang Tianyou's orders to give Lin Xian face. Haha, young hero Lin is a young genius. I'm impressed that you can refine the legendary three-striped hollow spirit forest pill. We were reckless earlier. Lin Xian smiled and walked in front of Elder Jiang. Duh, I said I'll be back. I wonder if you can give up your seat this time? Elder Jiang Da's face was red. He originally mocked Lin Xian for having no background and being a village bumpkin. But now, Lin Xian was invited back by the clan leader. Moreover, he was standing in front of him and asking him to give up his seat. Jiang Da felt stifled in his heart. He wished he could slap Lin Xian with his palm. However, Jiang Tianyou's eyes were fixed on him. His meaning was obvious. He wanted him to give up his seat. Elder Jiang Da gritted his teeth. But he had no choice. For the sake of the clan, he had to sacrifice his dignity. I'll bear with it today. I'll get my revenge one day. Jiang Da roared in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Lin Gongzi, forget it. I'm not a vengeful person. I won't argue with you. I won't take this seat. Before Jiang Da could speak, Lin Xian said quickly. Quickly thank young hero Lin. Jiang Tianyou snorted. Thank you young hero Lin. Jiang Da gritted his teeth. Hearing that, Lin Xian turned and left. He found 2 empty seats and sat down with Jiang Yuding. The surrounding people's mouths twitched. Jiang Da's face darkened. He felt suffocated and almost vomited blood. This kid is definitely doing it on purpose. Elder Jiang Da roared in his heart. Originally, he was struggling in his heart. Finally, he couldn't take the pressure and wanted to give in. At this moment, Lin Xian actually took the initiative and magnanimously said that he had forgiven him. That magnanimity made him look like a villain. Forgive your sister. Elder Jiang Da almost went berserk. But she had already left. Who could he throw a tantrum at? He could only sit down angrily. The hard stone chair creaked as he sat down. After Lin Xian sat down, he began to watch the match on the stage with great interest. At this moment, the 2 contestants were core disciples. That terrifying aura pervaded the entire arena. Every move they made actually carried a kind of special concept. This is... Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The techniques of the 2 people fighting on the stage were incomparably profound. One of them waved his palms, which were covered with glazed patterns. The wind from his palms carried a trace of strange heat. Although it couldn't compare to the purple eternal flames of the 3-headed vermilion bloodbird, it was still much stronger than ordinary flames. This is a concept, the concept of fire. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he carefully felt this mysterious power. The other person wasn't bad either. He held an emerald green bamboo cane in his hand and waved it out, filling the sky with bamboo shadows, blocking all of the strange and scorching flames outside. This is the wind shadow concept. Lin Xian was surprised again. As expected of a top family, they actually have such a powerful disciple. Lin Xian carefully felt and didn't miss a single detail. He even used his eye technique to firmly remember the moves that contained the concept of wind in his mind. Not only was Lin Xian surprised, but the others were also moved. Even the arrogant Ing Shaoxiang withdrew his disdain. These two people's concepts are not bad. Rare. Eagle Fortress, Lord Ing Taizhan said. Jiang Jie and Jiang Li are indeed not bad. I plan to send them to the main family this time to compete for a spot. Yeah, counting the days, it's about time to start again. I'm afraid the entire Dragon Star Nation will be lively. Ing Taizhan sighed. Although they are not bad, there is still a gap between them and true geniuses. At least in terms of cultivation, they are far behind. If they can increase their cultivation by another level, there might be some hope. Don't you still have Tinger? Her bloodline power is stronger than the average intent. Perhaps she can get a spot this time, said Eagle Castle's castle master, Ing Taizhan. Indeed, Ting, ours bloodline power is very strong. That's why I plan to send her to the main family this time. Even if she can't get a spot with her talent, she should be heavily nurtured by the main family. However, the situation is different now. Jiang Tianyu then had a chance to go up against Lin Xian. Perhaps this is a chance given to me by the heavens. Lin Xian could concoct pills that could increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm. This was a life-saving straw for him. If the three most talented people in the Jiang mansion were to consume this pill, their strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, their chances of winning the competition would be greatly increased. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about Jiang Tianyu's little plan. At this moment, he was completely immersed in that mysterious realm. Not long after, his body emitted a green light. A faintly discernible wind force rushed out from his body and rapidly grew bigger. In the end, an ancient green qi flow surrounded his body with an indescribable aura. Lin Gongziyu. Jiang Yuding was shocked again. This scene naturally alarmed the others. When they saw the qi flow around Lin Xian's body and his demeanor, Jiang Tianyu, Ing Taizhan, and a few other big shots exclaimed, "Enlightenment! It's actually enlightenment. Where did this young man come from?" Jiang Tianyu was shocked. This realm was something that all warriors could only hope to achieve. Damn it! What kind of luck does this guy have? How could he achieve enlightenment? Ing Shaoxiang looked at Lin Xian with jealousy in his heart. Jiang family's disciples, listen up. No one is allowed to disturb Lin Xian. Jiang Tianyu ordered. Immediately, several martial artists with powerful auras stood around Lin Xian, protecting him well. The distant disciples and elders looked over with their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This Lin Xian was too monstrous. He could actually make the elites of the Jiang family protect him. After a long time, a green light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The green qi flow around him formed a gust of wind and quickly dissipated. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He had finally comprehended the concept of wind. When he turned around and saw the many warriors protecting him, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Tianyu with kindness. "Thank you, Jiang family head." Lin Xian bowed slightly. "I have some enlightenment. Can I use the cultivation room?" Lin Xian asked. "Of course you can. Ting, take Lin Gongzi." Jiang Yuding nodded and then took Lin Xian away. In the spacious cultivation room, Lin Xian used his fingers as a sword and quickly sent out several sword qis. Every sword seemed familiar, but they were all different. Some were like a gentle breeze, some were as swift as a gale, and some were as cold as a gale. Moreover, the speed of his sword was 3 times faster than usual. If he wanted to, he could make those sword lights disappear. Moreover, after comprehending the concept of wind, the power of his Wind Emperor sword had increased by 3 times. Even his great dragon sword intent had become more skillful than before, now that he met a spirit transformation realm warrior. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like before. "My sword art has improved, but I lack a good sword." Lin Xian felt a little regretful. Chapter 395. His Autumn Scar sword was completely broken. but it was still in good condition. The grade of the sword seemed to not be able to keep up with his cultivation. It would be best if he could find a spirit-grade sword. Lin Xian believed that the Dragonstar Kingdom was rich in resources and would definitely have a good sword. Whatever, I should look for someone called Zhang Shanfeng in the Zhang family. Lin Xian walked out of the training room. He had been in the training room for 3 days, and the Zhang family's family meeting had already ended. The branch disciples and the other forces of Black Feather City had already left. Lin Xian was ready to find Jiang Tianyu and talk about the conditions. He knew that Jiang Tianyu wanted the 3-mark Spirit Void pill, and he wanted to know where Zhang Sanfeng was. As soon as Lin Xian came out, he was asked to leave by a servant. In the living room, Jiang Tianyu looked at Lin Xian with a fiery gaze, like a hungry wolf that had seen a beautiful woman. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine, and he could not help but laugh. Leader Jiang, I understand what you mean. I can make 3 Spirit Void pills for the Jiang family, but I would like to ask for a favor from you. Oh, what is it, young hero Lin? As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Jiang Tianyu did not expect Lin Xian to answer so quickly, so he did not reject Lin Xian's request. I see. Is there anyone called Zhang Sanfeng in the Jiang family? Also, this person is over 50 years old and has been to the Sky Mountain Kingdom. Jiang Tianyu was slightly confused, and he said in a deep voice, there is indeed someone called Zhang Sanfeng, but no one has been to the Sky Mountain Kingdom. I am sure of that. No one has been there. Lin Xian frowned. So the Zhang Sanfeng he was looking for was not in the Zhang family? Then where was this person? Was he in the main Zhang family, or was he not even a member of the Zhang family? Was it possible that he was no longer there? At that moment, Lin Xian thought of all kinds of possibilities. Don't worry, young hero Lin. Although the person you're looking for isn't in our Greenwater Lake Zhang mansion, Lin Feng said. However, as long as you help me refine the Spirit Void pill, I can help you get information from the other 2 clans and the Zhang family's main clan, Jiang Tianyu said. In order to obtain the 3-mark Spirit Void pill, Jiang Tianyu could be considered to have thrown caution to the wind. He patted his chest and guaranteed that he would definitely help Lin Xian find this person. All right. In the end, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. There is one more thing I would like to ask Patriarch Jiang, Lin Xian said again. Young hero Lin, feel free to ask. I wonder if clan leader Jiang of the Azure Dragon Association knows about this? Oh. Jiang Tianyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Of course I know. The Azure Dragon Association is the golden age of the younger generation of the Tiannan region. Every time they hold a meeting, the younger generation of the Longxing country will be busy fighting. I wonder if there are any other ways to participate in the Azure Dragon Society other than the fixed quota that each major faction has. Lin Xian asked this just in case. If he couldn't find Zhang Sanfeng, he also hoped to try if there were other ways to participate. The Azure Dragon Association has very strict requirements for the participants. Even the Longxing country only has a dozen or so quotas. However, there are no absolutes. The Azure Dragon Association does give some independent cultivators a chance, and that is the Dragon Platform. In some powerful countries, there will be a few Dragon platforms for thousands of independent cultivators to fight for. The final winner can also participate in the Azure Dragon Association. However, this chance is even slimmer. The entire Longxing country only has 2 Dragon platforms with a population of hundreds of millions. I see. There really are other ways. Lin Xian's heart calmed down a little. If there was really no other way, he could try the so-called Dragon platform when the time came. Next, Lin Xian asked about the Dragon platform in detail. Jiang Tianyu also told Lin Xian everything he knew. In his opinion, this information didn't have any special value because it was too difficult to climb the Dragon platform. Although Lin Xian was exceptionally talented and was also an alchemy inscription master, it was almost impossible for him to climb the dragon platform. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the Jiang Manor. When the materials for refining pills were collected, he could start refining. Lin Xian agreed to the condition of refining 3 pills. For a large family, like the Jiang clan of the Greenwater Lake, these materials were quickly found. Lin Xian also quickly refined 3 void spirit pills. This time he didn't keep it for himself because this kind of pill could only be taken once. Taking it multiple times would have no effect. Jiang Tianyu also quickly gave an answer. There were a total of 3 people named Jiang Sanfeng who had been to the heavenly mountain country. One of them was a disciple of a branch family, but he was quickly eliminated by Lin Xian. Because this person was only in his 30s, his age didn't meet his requirements. The other 2 people met all his requirements. However, one of them was an elder of the Jiang clan's main branch and had a very high status. It was not easy to meet him. The other person was said to have left the Jiang Manor many years ago. The goal was already very small. Finally, he locked onto the Jiang clan's main branch. Lin Xian was quite satisfied with this. He gave Jiang Tianyu 3 pills and prepared to leave. Jiang Tianyu thanked him again and welcomed Lin Xian to come back as a guest elder at any time. He didn't force Lin Xian to stay, saying that he also wanted to let the disciples of the clan prepare to compete for the Azure Dragon Association's spot in the competition. After leaving the Jiang Manor, Lin Xian prepared to cultivate while heading to the Jiang clan's main branch. Just as he left the Jiang Manor, he was stopped by someone. "Brother Lin, wait." Lin Xian turned around and found that it was Yi Qianxing who had fought with him that day. "Brother Lin, you finally came out. I've been waiting for a long time." Yi Qianxing said, "Brother Yi, why are you looking for me?" "It's like this. I have something I want to ask Brother Lin for help with." Yi Qianxing said, "What is it?" Lin Xian had a good impression of Yi Qianxing. "Brother Lin, let's find a quiet place to talk." Yi Qianxing glanced at the Jiang Manor with a trace of vigilance in his eyes. "All right." Lin Xian nodded, and the 2 of them walked into the distance. "Brother Lin, to be honest, I came here to ask your pet, that snow-white little monkey, to help." Yi Qianxing expressed his intentions. "Let the snow-white little monkey do it?" Lin Xian was slightly surprised. "What's the matter?" He did not immediately agree. Firstly, it was because he did not know the details, and secondly, the snow-white little monkey had fallen into a deep sleep after swallowing the longevity fruit. He did not know when he would wake up. "It's like this. We want to go and get something, but we're not fast enough. And that little monkey is the fastest one I've ever seen. Even I can't sense it, so I want to ask it to give it a try. It needs speed." Lin Xian frowned slightly. "Is it dangerous?" "There is danger, but if it can be done, I will definitely thank Brother Lin." Lin Xian frowned. To be honest, he did not want the snow-white little monkey to take the risk. Little White swallowed some strange fruits and has fallen into a deep sleep, and I don't know when it will wake up. Lin Xian tactfully refused. "How about this, Brother Lin? Come with me and wait for a few days. No matter if it succeeds or not, I will give Brother Lin a half-spirit sword." Chapter 396. Yi Qianxing had seen how Lin Xian had used the Gale Lightning sword technique and shattered the short sword in his hand. That was why he had said that. A half-spiritual ranked treasure sword. Lin Xian's heart was slightly moved. A half-spiritual artifact was indeed extraordinary. At least for his current state, if he had such an artifact, his strength would increase by a lot. "Let's wait and see. If it's really dangerous, I'll reject it," Lin Xian thought to himself. "All right." He nodded. "But I can't guarantee that Xiao Bai will wake up when the time comes." "No problem. If she really can't wake up, it means that we aren't fated to obtain that item," Yi Qianxing said with a smile. With that said, He led Lin Xian to the outskirts of the city, east of Blackfeather City. In front of a quiet villa, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dark walls. He felt a trace of coldness. Looking up, he saw a plaque above the door with the words Spirit Villa written on it. "Brother Yi, are you taking me to hell?" Lin Xian said half-jokingly, "Why would I? Although this place is a little strange, I dare guarantee Brother Lin's safety with my life," Yi Qianqing said. Lin Xian was bold because of his skill. Furthermore, he had the guidance of a mysterious expert like Lord Alcohol, so he wasn't too afraid of Spirit Villa. He smiled and quickly walked in. Seeing Lin Xian's calm expression, Yi Qianqing was secretly surprised. This place was famous for its horror in Blackfeather City. Even those who didn't know about it would be too scared to enter just by sensing its aura. Lin Xian, on the other hand, didn't seem to be afraid at all as he walked straight in. After entering Spirit Villa, Lin Xian scanned the place and felt that the Yin aura in the villa had become denser. Thankfully, he had the Grand Dragon Sword and tent that could destroy everything, so he wasn't afraid of it. This place isn't simple. Be careful. I sense a special aura, Lord Alcohol transmitted. A special aura? Lin Xian was puzzled. There's nothing wrong with Spirit Villa on the surface, but it's very unusual underneath. It seems like something is sealed here. Is it dangerous? Lin Xian asked. Yes, but danger often coexists with opportunity. It all depends on whether you can grasp it, Lord Alcohol said. Since I'm here, let's take a look. Lin Xian didn't plan on leaving immediately. Yi Qianqing led the way, and soon a building appeared in front of them. The buildings were completely black, with some strange patterns on them. The building complex was empty all day long, as if there was no one there. Ka! Crack! Crack! One of the doors opened, and a cold wind blew. This scene was indeed frightening. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and used his eye technique to look inside. Welcome to the Mansion of Spirits. A slightly mechanical and cold voice sounded. Following that, a man, his Qianqing Qian. Xian was Lin. What's this? Lin Xian was puzzled. He sensed that there was no flesh inside the metal block. It was all cold metal parts. Oh, this is Master Ghost's puppet creation. You can call him Black Iron Man, Yi Qianqing explained. Black Iron Man? Master Ghost? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. The owner of this villa is called Master Ghost. He's a refinement master. He likes to create metal puppets to be his servants. So that's how it is. No wonder there's no one in the villa. Lin Xian was enlightened. Report to Master Ghost that we are here, Yi Qianqing said to the Black Iron Man. Soon, the Black Iron Man left as though he was flying. Lin Xian was rather interested in the Black Iron Men. They didn't have bodies, but they could walk like humans. Furthermore, they could understand simple instructions. It was amazing. What's so special about that? It's just the simplest puppet art. The core technology is still the inscription array formation, Lord Alcohol said disdainfully. Soon, an elder with withered hair floated over like a ghost. He didn't make a sound. Furthermore, his entire body was thin. His dry skin stuck to his bones, making him look like a skeleton. Thankfully, Lin Xian was brave enough to not cry out. Yi Qianqing, who was beside him, was used to it. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Ghost." "Oh, little Yi, why did you bring such a young child?" Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian with a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Elder Ghost, this young hero Lin's spirit beast is extremely fast. Perhaps it can help us," Yi Qianqing said. "He's the kid you were talking about." Master Ghost turned to look at Lin Xian. The light in his eyes was like a willow, the wisp that kept flickering. "Summon your spirit beast, and let me take a look." Master Ghost's voice had a dignified tone that left no room for doubt. "Little White is in a deep slumber. It's not the time yet." Lin Xian shook his head and refused. "Elder Ghost, Lin Gongzi's spirit beast might be evolving. Why don't we wait for a while? Yi Qianqing knew Master Ghost's temper, so he took the initiative to explain. All right, little Yi, I'll believe you this once. If this child can't produce anything when the time comes, don't blame me for breaking his neck. Master Ghost snorted coldly and floated away like a ghost. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Master Ghost was mysterious in the eyes of others, but to him there were no secrets. This was because Lord Alcohol, who was in his body, had long seen through everything. He's actually a warrior who cultivates in ghost-type cultivation techniques. That's rare. Lord Alcohol's tone had a hint of surprise. Kid, if he dares to make a move, just blast him with lightning, Lord Alcohol said. Young Hero Lin, why don't you stay here for a few days? All right. Lin Xian nodded. He was curious about this place and was prepared to explore it. Hence, Lin Xian stayed. 3 days later, the snow-white monkey woke up. Although its appearance didn't change much from before, Lin Xian could sense that the snow-white monkey was different from before. Furthermore, its speed was faster, to the point that even he couldn't accurately perceive it. The snow-white monkey intimately rubbed Lin Xian's face, then pointed to the ground, looking very happy. There's treasure underground. Lin Xian was used to this. The snow-white monkey nodded, scratching its ears and cheeks, looking very anxious. Don't worry, you'll have your time to shine. Lin Xian scolded with a smile. Finally, he went to find Yi Qianqing and told him that the snow-white monkey had woken up. Furthermore, he had agreed to help him obtain the treasure. Yi Qianqing was very happy and immediately contacted Master Ghost. However, Master Ghost said that he had to wait because a mysterious big shot was coming. Lin Xian didn't care about this. After all, 1 or 2 more days didn't matter to him. Furthermore, he could take advantage of this time to further strengthen his wind concept. Just as Lin Xian was staying in Spectre Mountain Villa, the other forces in Blackfeather City were alarmed. Chapter 397. Lin Xian's identity was extraordinary, and the void spirit pills he refined had indeed allowed the 3 geniuses of the Jiang family to increase their cultivation by a small realm. This directly stimulated the people of the other factions. Many people impatiently looked for Lin Xian, ready to beg him to refine the void spirit pills. However, they received news that Lin Xian had entered the Mansion of Spirits. Everyone was a bit hesitant. The Ghost Master of the Mansion of Spirits was famous for his ferocity in Heiyu City. Moreover, the Mansion of Spirits was very strange, so they were not willing to go there without a special reason. The majestic castle was painted with eagles. This was the territory of the Eagle Fortress. Father, that brat has entered the Mansion of Spirits. I think he's most likely dead. He definitely won't be able to come out. Serves him right for trying to steal Yuding from me. Ing Shaoxiong sneered. Although the pills were attractive to him, nothing was more important than Yuding. Actually, I hope he can come out alive. Yuding has taken the pills, and her cultivation has improved. Moreover, if she enters the main Jiang family in the future, the gap between you two will become bigger and bigger. At that time, even if no one interferes, you might not be able to get her, Ing Taizhan said in a deep voice. Now, I just hope that Brat can come out safely so that he can refine a few void spirit pills. On the other side, in the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyu and the others also received news that Lin Xian had gone to the Mansion of Spirits. Jiang Yuding was very anxious after hearing this. Father, it must be very dangerous for Lin Xian to go there. Why don't we go and save him? Don't mess around. The Mansion of Spirits is not a place we can casually barge into, Jiang Tianyu said in a deep voice. But he has helped our family a lot. We can't just watch him fall into danger. Although the Mansion of Spirits is strange, the Mansion Master is not a spirit-detecting realm elite. Why should we be afraid of him? Ting, you know everything. The Ghost Master of the Mansion of Spirits is strange and unpredictable. It's impossible to guard against him. Moreover, It is said that the Mansion of Spirits is a place of great danger. Something incredible is sealed there. It's not a place we can set foot in. In addition, his identity is very sensitive. It is said that he is inextricably linked to the Great Sect. Speaking of the Great Sect, Jiang Tianyou's frown deepened. Jiang Yuding also frowned and stomped her feet anxiously. The Daki sect was one of the top 6 forces in the Longxing nation. Their strength was even above the Jiang clan's main clan. The Greenwater Lake Jiang Mansion was only one of the Jiang family subsects. Compared to the Great Banner sect, it was far inferior. Why would this fellow go to the Great Flag sect? Jiang Yuding was puzzled. Forget it. After all, we owe Lin Xian a debt of gratitude. I'll make a trip there. After saying that, Jiang Tianyou's figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. The Spectre Mountain Villa was filled with fog, and it was extremely cold. When he knew that Lin Xian was willing to help, a smile appeared on Master Ghost's withered face. However, that look was even uglier than crying. Like a ghost, he floated to Lin Xian's room. "Kid, let your spirit beast come out and let me have a look." Master Ghost's voice was hoarse, like a poisonous snake rubbing against the ground. The little white monkey jumped out and looked at Master Ghost curiously. It then stuck out its tongue and made a funny face. What an uneducated, stinky monkey! Master Ghost's face darkened, and he suddenly stretched out his withered, steel-like claws. The air fluctuated slightly, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. Master Ghost was as fast as a ghost, and his steel-like black palm reached the little white monkey's head in an instant. The little white monkey showed disdain in its eyes, and with a whoosh it disappeared. Master Ghost's withered face finally showed some emotion after he missed his target. At this moment, the little white monkey jumped onto the table at the side. Master Ghost stared at the little white monkey with his deep-set eyes. His eyes were flickering like ghost fire, which was extremely strange. He launched a few more strange attacks toward the little white monkey, but the little white monkey quickly dodged them all. At this moment, Master Ghost was extremely excited, and his withered face trembled slightly. As an expert in the spirit transformation stage, his attack speed was extremely fast, but even so, he still couldn't touch the little white monkey at all. Even an existence at the peak of the spirit transformation stage might not have such speed. Good, good, good. Master Ghost shouted 3 times in a low voice. He looked at the little white monkey as if he saw some hope. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a rare beast. Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian, and his eyes softened a lot. I heard you're a swordsman? Master Ghost asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I'm indeed a swordsman. If we succeed this time, I'll give you a spiritual level treasure sword. A spiritual level treasure sword. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The nobility of a spiritual level treasure was well known. The black cloak behind him was a treasure weapon. With it, Lin Xian had avoided many dangers. Are you serious? Lin Xian asked excitedly. When have I ever lied to anyone? Besides, a spiritual level treasure weapon is nothing special to me. Master Ghost snorted coldly. Then I'll thank you, Senior. Don't be happy yet. The place we're going to is extremely dangerous. It's not certain if we can take it out. Maybe we won't be able to take it out, and we'll lose our lives. The little white monkey wasn't happy and gestured. It seemed to be saying that its ability was unique in the world, and it would be easy to get it. Xian also rubbed the little white monkey's head. I believe it. Master Ghost still wanted to say something, but at this moment, a loud voice came into the Mansion of Spirits. Jiang Tianyu of the Jiang Mansion requests to see Master Ghost. This voice was very clear, and it spread to every corner of the Mansion of Spirits. Jiang Mansion? Why is the Jiang family here at this time? Could it be that they also want the treasure? Master Ghost's face darkened. Lin Xian had a strange expression. He thought of a possibility. Could it be because of him? Sure enough, after a moment, Jiang Tianyou's loud voice sounded again. The young man Lin Xian, who came in a few days ago, is a guest of my Jiang mansion. However, if he offended the Mansion of Spirits in any way, I hope that Master Ghost will forgive him for the sake of the Jiang family. As expected, Lin Xian smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Young man, it seems that there are quite a lot of people who care about you. Let's go. Follow me out. Outside the Mansion of Spirits, Jiang Tianyou stood with his hands behind his back and looked ahead. To be honest, he didn't have much hope in this matter. However, for Lin Xian, he decided to give it a try. In fact, such a big commotion had already attracted the attention of other forces. However, no one came out. They were all hiding in the dark to observe. It couldn't be helped. The Mansion of Spirits was very strange. Moreover, it was supported by a powerful sect. It wasn't a place where anyone could behave atrociously. Boom! Ghost fog rolled in the Mansion of Spirits, forming a dark cloud that floated to the outside world. Above the dark cloud, there was a skinny figure that emitted a cold and powerful aura. Beside him was a delicate and pretty youth with a snow-white little monkey sitting on his shoulder. Lin Xian. Everyone looked at the figure in the clouds. Chapter 398. At this moment, everyone was puzzled. Wasn't Lin Xian captured? Why was he standing beside Master Ghost without any injuries? Even Jiang Tianyou was stunned. Thank you for your kindness, clan leader Jiang. I'm fine here. I'm very safe, Lin Xian said loudly. He was indeed surprised that Jiang Tianyou had come to help him. He would remember this kindness in his heart. Young friend Lin is an honored guest of Mansion Spectre. I won't harm him. You can go back, Master Ghost said coldly. Everyone was stunned. When did Lin Xian become an honored guest of Mansion Spectre? However, Master Ghost didn't look like he was lying. There was no need for him to lie. What a mysterious young man. First, he was treated as an honored guest by Jiang family. Now he was an honored guest of Mansion Spectre. I wonder what his true identity is. Jiang Tianyou was relieved when he saw that Lin Xian was fine. He said a few words and then left the Mansion of Spirits. Those forces hidden in the dark also retreated one after another. However, these people were regretful. Now that Lin Xian was an honored guest of Mansion Spectre, it would be much more difficult to get him to refine pills in the future. Moreover, no one dared to make things difficult for him. After all, Mansion Spectre was not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had the Great Banners sect behind him. Inside Mansion Spectre, Yi Qinqing left after sending Lin Xian over. Only Master Ghost and Lin Xian were alive in Mansion Spectre. The rest were mechanical puppets. 10 days later, a powerful aura descended on Mansion Spectre. Lin Xian's body tensed up. He felt an indescribable pressure as if countless mountains were pressing down on him. At the same time, the blood in his body was boiling. His blood vessels were about to burst. So terrifying. What kind of aura is this? Lin Xian's face changed. He quickly circulated the art of longevity. At the same time, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Essence to destroy the pressure. Fortunately, he had comprehended 70% of the Great Dragon Sword Essence. With the help of the Wind Essence, he was able to withstand the pressure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's face turned pale. He looked out of the window in horror. This is the aura of a spirit-channeling realm warrior, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Spirit detecting martial artist. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had long heard of the miraculous and powerful spirit detecting experts, but this was the first time he felt such a powerful aura. However, he was even more confused. Why would a spirit detecting realm expert come to the secluded Spirit Mountain Villa? Could it be related to this treasure hunt? Lin Xian was surprised. Not only him, but the entire Black Feather City also felt an oppressive aura. Many of the tycoons of the various forces were terrified as they looked in the direction of the Mansion of Spirits. For a time, all kinds of perception quickly probed in that direction. At this moment, the clouds above the Mansion of Spirits were rolling, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The blood-colored radiance shone like a sun, piercing through the clouds. 3 ferocious and terrifying blood-colored flood dragons were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the clouds. Each of them was more than 30 meters long, and the blood-colored spiritual inscriptions on their bodies were clearly visible. That aura was even stronger than that of an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior. Behind them was a black palanquin with 2 blood-colored flags on both sides. Flood dragons as slaves, iron and blood banner. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The warriors who wanted to probe quickly retracted their spiritual energy, afraid that they would disturb the person in the sky. Lin Xian also saw this scene from the window, and his heart was in turmoil. They were actually rank 8 feyed beasts comparable to the spirit transformation realm. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. This was too terrifying. At this moment, all the large families in Black Feather City had issued a death order. No one was to go out tonight. Jiang Tianyu looked at the arrogant and massive phantom in the sky and sighed in his heart. He hoped that Lin Xian was fine. Otherwise, even if the head of the Jiang family came, it would be difficult to save him. Inside the Mansion of Spirits, Lin Xian stood in front of the window, unable to speak for a long time. This aura should be that of a spirit detecting realm warrior, and one that has reached the large success stage. Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice, "Xiao Xuanzi, don't act rashly. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you." At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Xian and quickly brought him to the courtyard. That person was Master Ghost. He brought Lin Xian to the courtyard and looked up at the sky. "Welcome, Lord Iron Hand." Master Ghost was very respectful, and there was no trace of the coldness from before. "Is everything ready?" A dignified voice sounded. Immediately after, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard like a comet. The cold fog in the surroundings dissipated as if it was afraid of the figure in the center. Lin Xian stood behind Master Ghost and looked at the black figure in front of him. His muscles were tense, and his breathing was uneven. It was a middle-aged man with a face as firm as a knife. He had the aura of a superior. He was dressed in a black-red robe with a blood-colored flag that seemed to flutter in the wind. His body was completely hidden in the black robe, but his exposed hands were suffused with a bronze glow. "My lord, this is Lin Xian, who is assisting us," Master Ghost said respectfully from the side. Hearing that, the black-robed man looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was extremely deep, and it was like 2 sharp swords that pierced through Lin Xian. Feeling this gaze, Lin Xian felt as if his body was fixed in the void and could not move. What a terrifying gaze! Lin Xian was horrified. Under this gaze, it was as if all his secrets were exposed. Stimulated by this pressure, the great dragon sword essence in Lin Xian's body roared and quickly resisted. However, in front of this black-robed man, the great dragon sword essence lost its effect. Lin Xian only felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. At this critical moment, the mysterious small sword in his body trembled slightly and emitted a gentle, mysterious power. It wandered around Lin Xian's body and offset this pressure. Feeling that the spiritual power in his body had returned to normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was just a glance, Lin Xian felt as if he had experienced 10,000 years. The black-robed man was slightly surprised. "You're not affected. Interesting." Hearing that, Master Ghost's body trembled slightly, and he looked at Lin Xian with a horrified gaze. To be able to interest Lord Iron Hand, this young man was indeed not simple. Wooji at this moment, the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder, was also constantly gesturing. It was also not affected by the pressure. "This little monkey is the key to our plan this time," Master Ghost explained. The black-robed man nodded slightly. "Although I don't know what kind of mutant it is, it must be extraordinary to be able to ignore my pressure." "All right, there's no time to lose. Let's get started." The black-robed man did not want to waste time. Master Ghost nodded, and then his palms began to clap rhythmically. Immediately, dozens of black iron men that were suffused with black light quickly walked out. Each of them held a blood-colored flag in their hands, and they were rapidly rotating in different directions. This is an array formation. Lord Alcohol was slightly surprised when he sensed this scene through Lin Xian's soul power. It looks like there's indeed something impressive sealed below. Chapter 399. The 12 Iron Men stood in all directions. They waved the flags in their hands, forming a mysterious force. Immediately, the fog in the courtyard churned and completely enveloped Spectre Mountain Villa. Lin Xian realized that the fog was very viscous and could block soul power detection. It was likely that the black-robed man and Master Ghost did not want others to know what was about to happen. After forming a defensive array, the 12 Iron Men changed the flags in their hands again and produced the array's power. Immediately, a mysterious blood-colored pattern appeared on the ground, emitting a shocking, killing intent. As the scarlet light intensified, it was as though the gates of hell had opened. A blood-red crater appeared. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he could see the scene inside. There were mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. Every bone was the size of a small mountain. "What is this place?" Lin Xian was alarmed. The bones didn't look human at all, but even a demon beast wouldn't be that big, right? "These are all ancient beasts. It should be an ancient battlefield," Lord Alcohol said slowly. "I never expected an ancient battlefield to be buried under Blackfeather Ancient City. It's no wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity." Ancient battlefield. Lin Xian was very curious, but Lord Alcohol didn't elaborate. He could only suppress his curiosity. Compared to Lin Xian, the black-robed man and Master Ghost were much calmer. The two of them looked at the blood-red crater with a burning glow in their eyes. "Do you see that blood-colored flag? That's our target this time," the black-robed man said. Even someone as powerful as him felt a hint of excitement when he saw what was in the blood-red crater. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a rusty blood-colored flag in the middle of the sea of bones. The flag was in tatters, with only about a third of it remaining. "If you can take out that flag, you will be the benefactor of the Great Flag Sect," the black-robed man said. "Great Flag Sect?" Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. That was one of the top factions in Dragonstar Kingdom. Could this black-robed man be from the Great Flag Sect? Just as Lin Xian was exclaiming, the snow-white monkey on his shoulder was scratching its ears and cheeks in irritation. What happened? Lin Xian was moved. He knew that the snow-white little monkey was very special and could always find some mysterious treasures. But at this moment, he didn't want anything to happen to the little white monkey. After comforting the little white monkey for a while, Lin Xian said softly, "If you think you can take out the flag, go ahead. If you can't afford it, don't force yourself." The little white monkey nodded and then looked anxiously at the bloody pit. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I can only open it for 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out after 3 breaths of time, you will stay inside forever." 3 breaths! Lin Xian clenched his fists. Then the black-robed man's hands, which were covered in bronze, condensed a large flag in the air. On the flag, there were intersecting swords and sabers. With a wave of the flag, a destructive energy gushed out. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's heart trembled. This aura was very violent. Even if a spirit transformation realm cultivator came in contact with it, they would definitely be turned into ashes. The violent energy bombarded the bloody pit and instantly tore open a millstone-sized crack. The little white monkey's body flickered and then disappeared. In the next moment, its body appeared in the bloody pit. However, the little white monkey didn't rush towards the broken flag. Instead, it ran towards another corner that was filled with corpses. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly as he stared at the bloody pit. The black-robed man's expression also darkened as a terrifying aura spread out from his body. The little white monkey moved quickly and dug out a tattered flag from the pile of bones. There were even cracks and gaps on it. In the next moment, it carried the small bowl on its head and quickly ran toward the bloody flag. In an instant, it arrived before the bloody flag, and its furry paws picked up the rusty flagpole. "Hurry up, there's no time," the black-robed man whispered. His whole body was covered in bloody light as he waved the flag in his hand. The little white monkey's figure disappeared. At this moment, the 3 breaths of time were up. The bloody pit closed again and emitted a hellish aura. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The little white monkey's figure didn't appear. Could it be trapped inside? Lin Xian's face darkened as he quickly spread out his soul power. The black-robed man also looked around and frowned. Sigh. He let out a heavy sigh, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. At this moment, the void trembled and ripples appeared in the air. A white figure quickly appeared with a broken flag that was more than 2 meters long in its hand. The moment the flag appeared, the entire villa trembled as if there was an earthquake. The black-robed man's eyes changed from disappointment to shock. Finally, he laughed. His hand quickly grabbed the flag. Suddenly, a bloody pillar of light shot up into the sky like a mountain. However, the black-robed man was faster. With a flip of his hand, he quickly put away the broken flag. A bloody pillar appeared in Blackfeather City and quickly rushed into the sky. The terrifying aura made all the strong people in Blackfeather City tremble. Ha ha ha! The black-robed man laughed. Opposite him, the little white monkey had a small bowl on its head. Its big gem-like eyes squinted into a crescent shape. Swoosh! It turned into a shadow and went into Lin Xian's storage ring. Lin Xian, you are the savior of the Great Flag Sect. Now I'm going to refine this flag. Take this flag and find me in Barren Flame City in 2 months. If you have any requests, just let me know. After that, the black-robed man's body swayed and quickly rushed to the black sedan in the sky. The 3 ferocious blood dragons roared into the sky, turned into bloody light, and rushed into the sky and disappeared. Barren Flame City. Lin Xian whispered, his eyes flickering. I didn't expect it to work. Kid, your luck is here. Master Ghost said enviously. Iron Hand is a man of his word. He will definitely agree to any request you have. Any request? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He had an idea. If he asked to join the Azure Dragon Society, would Iron Hand agree and do it? What if my request is difficult? Lin Xian looked at Master Ghost and asked. Difficult? Master Ghost was stunned and then sneered. No matter how difficult it is, as long as Iron Hand wants to do it, he will definitely do it. Iron Hand is one of the top figures in the Dragonstar Kingdom. There is nothing he can't do. One of the top figures. Lin Xian was shocked. Iron Hand must be a high-ranking figure in the Great Flag Sect. Lord Alcohol, what kind of treasure is that iron blood flag? It can actually make a spirit detecting expert. So excited. Also, what is that small bowl that little white is holding? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. You will know these things in the future. Lord Alcohol seemed to be still immersed in the scene of the ancient battlefield and didn't want to say anything. Forget it. It seems like I really have to make a trip to Barren Flame City in 2 months. Lin Xian stroked his chin and thought. Chapter 400. On the side, Master Ghost kept making hand seals, and the 12 black iron men quickly changed the formation. All of a sudden, the bloody light disappeared, and the horrifying bloody hole disappeared. The mansion of spirits returned to normal. After the 12 iron men left, Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian. Kid, I said before that if you succeed, I will give you a spiritual rank artifact. I will not go back on my words. Follow me." Finishing his words, he turned around and walked into the depths of the mansion of spirits. Spiritual rank sword. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Although Iron Hand Lord's promise was still an empty promise, the spiritual rank sword that Master Ghost mentioned was a real treasure. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Xian quickly followed. Soon, the two arrived at a treasure room. Master Ghost took out a long sword from the pile of materials and weapons. The sword was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. It was blue in color, as dazzling as the stars. This sword is called Star Extinction. It was made with meteorite from outer space. It is a mid-rank spiritual rank sword. Lin Xian was ecstatic. Mid-rank spiritual rank sword. It was even higher than his black cloak. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the powerful energy contained in the Star Extinction sword. Holding the long sword in his hand, Lin Xian slightly channeled his spirit power. Rays of blue sword chi flew out and quickly turned into fine sword marks, forming a full moon-like ripple in the air. "Good sword," Lin Xian praised. The reason why artifacts were called artifacts was because they could increase a warrior's fighting power. Like this mid-rank spiritual rank artifact, Lin Xian estimated that it could increase his attacking power by 2 times. This was a very rare thing. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, a warrior's cultivation speed would slow down greatly, and the number of warriors in the same realm would increase greatly. In the same realm, whoever had a better weapon would be able to increase their fighting power greatly. Although the Dragon Star Strong country was vast, mid-rank spiritual rank artifacts were not as common as cabbages. Even in the Dragon Star Strong country, they were considered top-tier artifacts. "Thank you for the sword, Senior," Lin Xian said and took out the black scabbard. This Star Extinction sword was similar to his Autumn Scar sword. It should be able to fit into the black scabbard. Clang! The star sword returned to its scabbard perfectly. However, when Master Ghost saw the black scabbard, his body trembled slightly. "Kid, show him the black scabbard." Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Master Ghost said excitedly, "Kid, can you show me your scabbard?" With Lord Alcohol's reminder, Lin Xian didn't hesitate and immediately handed the black scabbard over. The black scabbard was very simple and unadorned. It was pitch black all over like black jade. Moreover, it was enough to form the power of wind and thunder. Back then, Lin Xian had relied on it to unleash the wind and thunder sword technique. Now that he could use his own strength to unleash the power of wind and thunder, the black scabbard was no longer of much use. Next to him, Master Ghost stroked the black scabbard gently, using a special method to examine it quickly. What an exquisite scabbard! This should be an ancient item. Master Ghost exclaimed, "Kid, where did you get this scabbard?" He had gotten it from a street stall in the past. Lin Xian didn't explain in detail. This scabbard contains the power of wind and thunder. If you put it into a long sword of the corresponding attribute, it will be greatly nourished. Over time, it might be able to increase the grade of the longsword. Master Ghost said, "Increase the grade? That's so magical." Lin Xian was astonished. In the past, when he used the scabbard, he didn't feel anything special about it. However, it might be because the Autumn Scar sword didn't have any attributes. The scabbard is a little damaged inside, but I can repair it. If you can have a sword of wind and thunder attributes, it will definitely increase your strength greatly when paired with this scabbard. Master Ghost continued, "This Star of Extinction sword can be said to be of the lightning attribute. This is because the meteorite that created it contains powerful lightning. If you can find a sword of the wind attribute, then this scabbard will be perfect." Lin Xian was a little confused. A sword of the wind and thunder attribute? But there's only one scabbard. Humph. One scabbard with 2 swords. Don't you know that? Master Ghost said with disdain. All right, leave it with me. Give me 3 days. I guarantee that I'll make your eyes light up. After saying that, Master Ghost hurriedly chased Lin Xian out. Trust him. With his strength, he should be able to do it. Lord Alcohol transmitted. Can that black scabbard really hold 2 swords? Lin Xian was still doubtful. Yes, I've even seen a scabbard with 3 swords before. Lord Alcohol said, your scabbard should be a replica of that item. Forget it. Next, you just need to find a Sword of the Wind attribute. To be able to increase his strength, Lin Xian was naturally happy. The stronger he was, the higher his chances of winning the Azure Dragon Gathering. As long as he won the championship, he could sense the direction of the Great Dragon Sword after fusing with the True Dragon Qi. The Great Dragon Sword was his final goal. During the 3 days of waiting for Master Ghost, Lin Xian cultivated according to his routine. After 3 days, Master Ghost floated into Lin Xian's room like a ghost. Here, he threw the black scabbard over. Lin Xian caught it and inserted the Extinction Star Sword. With his outstanding soul power, he could feel that the Extinction Star Sword seemed to be letting out a carefree cry. This phenomenon was rare in the past. Lin Xian looked over and saw that the black scabbard had unknowingly become 2 sword slots. The Extinction Star Sword occupied one of them, leaving the other one, a Sword of the Wind attribute. Lin Xian stroked his chin and tried hard to recall. He had never heard of a powerful country with a Sword of the Wind attribute. Forget it. Since you helped Lord Iron Hand, I'll give you a piece of information for free. Master Ghost said, there's a map here. Legend has it that a Wind Shadow Sword is buried here. If you think you're strong enough, you can give it a try. With that, Master Ghost threw out a yellowed scroll. Wind Shadow Sword? What grade is that? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, it's definitely not lower grade than the Extinction Star Sword. Master Ghost was full of confidence. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The Extinction Star Sword was a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. It was not lower than it, so it was at least a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. Looking at Master Ghost's expression, it might even be higher. Opening the yellowed scroll, Lin Xian found that the information on it was very detailed. At the same time, he took out the map of the Dragon Star Kingdom that he had obtained earlier and began to compare it seriously. Baiyun Mountain was in the west of the Dragon Star Kingdom. It was also the only way to get to Barren Flame City. Since we're going to Barren Flame City, why not go to Baiyun Mountain first? Lin Xian thought to himself, thank you for your guidance, Senior. I want to leave now and prepare to go to Baiyun Mountain immediately. Go! I also want to study a new puppet, Master Ghost said. Soon, Lin Xian left the Spirit Villa and walked out of the city with Blackfeather. Recently, the various forces in Blackfeather City had been very quiet, but they were secretly paying attention to every move of the Spirit Villa. Now that Lin Xian walked out of the Spirit Villa, he suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 401. He was no longer as arrogant as before because the 8 elite warriors he brought with him had all fallen. Lin Xian had only swung his sword 3 times throughout the whole process. The 3 sword strikes seemed simple, but they were filled with endless killing intent. Each sword strike contained 50% of the Fire Monkey's great dragon sword intent, and the last strike was infused with the wind concept. Even a late harmonious spirit realm warrior would not dare to take on such an attack, let alone a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Don't let me see you again. Ying Xiaoxiong snorted and turned to leave. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian's cloak fluttered as he appeared in front of Ying Xiaoxiong. How dare you block my way? You're courting death. Ying Xiaoxiong was furious. Who was he? He was the young lord of Eagle Fortress. Normally, he was the one who bullied others in Blackfeather City. No one was like Lin Xian and dared to block his way. What do you want? Ing Xiaoxiong asked coldly. What do I want? Lin Xian sneered. You brought people to kill me, and now you want to leave because you can't beat me? How can there be such an easy thing in this world? I, Lin Xian, am not a pushover. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Price? What price do you want? I am the young lord of Eagle Fortress. What can you do to me? Ing Xiaoxiong became arrogant again. If you want to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian pulled out his star extinction sword. You dare to kill me? Ing Xiaoxiong laughed. Aren't you afraid of Eagle Fortress revenge? Do you think I'll return to Blackfeather City? Lin Xian said coldly, Today I'll teach you a lesson. You'll have to pay the price for what you've done. A blue sword light suddenly flashed out as fast as lightning. Flying Rainbow, the fourth style of Azure Cloud sword art. With the support of Lin Xian's 5 cities dragon sword intent, the sword light was like a rainbow in the sky, floating down. Eagle splitting the firmament, Ing Xiaoxiong's aura burst out as he also unleashed a terrifying attack. As a late, harmonious spirit realm warrior, Ing Xiaoxiong's strength was extraordinary, coupled with the fact that he also had a mid-grade spirit treasure. This attack was extremely terrifying. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Ing Xiaoxiong laughed madly. I also have a mid-grade spirit step artifact, and my cultivation is 2 levels higher than yours. How are you going to kill me? I will capture you personally and turn you into a pill slave so that you can refine pills for our Eagle Castle forever. Resisting Lin Xian's sword qi, Ing Xiaoxiong's confident sword. Eagle soars the earth. He soared into the air and made strange movements in the air. Like a goshawk, he pounced towards Lin Xian. An indescribable power appeared, and at this moment, Ing Xiaoxiong was truly like a heavenly eagle, spreading his wings and soaring. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, and a gale swept up within 100 meters. The momentum was shocking. Flying star! Looking at the terrifying attack in the sky, Lin Xian once again used his ultimate skill. 70% of the great dragon sword intent gushed out. Lin Xian turned into a meteor and soared into the sky. At this moment, his whole body was burning with a dark blue light, dragging a long tail of light, drawing a strange arc in the sky. Swoosh! The whole sky seemed to have been split into 2, and a large area of vacuum appeared. Ing Xiaoxiong's body trembled and froze in the air. He lowered his head slightly and saw that the defensive barrier in front of him had been completely shattered, and a fist-sized bloody hole had appeared in his chest. You. He wanted to open his mouth, but could only spit out blood. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Ing Xiaoxiong's pupils were dilated, and his face was filled with fear. He felt that his consciousness was rapidly weakening. At this moment, he suddenly regretted his actions. If he didn't provoke Lin Xian, perhaps he wouldn't have died now. But time couldn't be reversed, and he could only pay the price for his mistake. Boom! Ing Xiaoxiong's body fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Lin Xian quickly flashed, took his storage ring and the pair of middle-grade spiritual gloves, and then used thunder and lightning to burn the body to ashes. Although he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by the Eagle Fortress, he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble for himself. The other bodies were also disposed of. After doing all this, Lin Xian quickly hurried and disappeared into the forest. Far away from Blackfeather City, Lin Xian summoned the golden frog, and he began to search Ing Xiaoxiong's storage ring. It had to be said that as the young fort lord of the Eagle Castle, Ing Xiaoxiong was extremely wealthy. He carried more than 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones with him, and there were also some spiritual martial arts techniques. Of course, the most expensive thing was the pair of middle-grade spiritual gloves. Although he didn't need them, he could sell them for a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. After putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian began to cultivate. Half a month later, He arrived at the Baiyun mountain range. Looking at the misty Baiyun mountain range, Lin Xian took a deep breath. In this half a month, his cultivation had improved again. The art of longevity was indeed a magical technique, and it allowed him to improve again in just half a month. Opening the yellowed scroll, Lin Xian looked for the marked location on the map. According to the scroll, the Wind Shadow Sword was in a graveyard, and this graveyard belonged to a spirit-detecting expert called the Evil King. The 32nd Mountain. Lin Xian looked at the mountains and then put away the scroll. He patted Xiao Jin gently, and his body turned into a shadow as he ran towards the top of the mountain. The Baiyun mountain range was full of dense forests, and there were birds, beasts, and apes crying. In the mountains, there was a group of martial artists with steady footsteps running toward the 32nd Mountain. This group of people had dark red killing intent, and their faces were ferocious. At a glance, it was obvious that they weren't good people. Second Master, is there really a treasure here? A few of the martial artists asked. It can't be wrong. It took me a long time to find this information. There must be a peerless treasure here. After I get those treasures, I will no longer be the Second Master. I will be the real leader of the Black Tiger Gang. You are all heroes who have helped me. After I become the leader, I will reward you. Thank you, boss. The group of martial artists was excited. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man with messy brown hair. There was a cross-shaped scar on his face, which made people feel intimidated. This middle-aged man's aura had reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, which was very powerful. The martial artists behind him were also at the harmonious spirit realm, and none of them were weak. This group of people was also looking for the Evil King's tomb. Boss, what is in the tomb? A young martial artist asked. The middle-aged man looked back. You just broke through to the harmonious spirit realm, so it is normal that you don't know. The Evil King, Yu Xiangchuan, was very famous in the Longxing country. He didn't care whether he was righteous or evil. He did everything according to his personal preferences, which was why he offended many forces. However, his cultivation was very high, reaching the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Ordinary forces in the Longxing country couldn't do anything to him. Later on, there were experts from the top forces who tried to encircle him, but he escaped in the end. However, after that battle, he was seriously injured, and finally he became quiet. Legend has it that he had the 4 ultimate skills of wind, flower, snow, and moon. After his death, these 4 ultimate skills were buried in his tomb. These were treasures that even spirit-detecting realm experts would be jealous of. Chapter 402. As long as I can find one of them, I won't be afraid of Wang Hu anymore. The brown-haired man said. Hee, I heard that the Evil King called himself the Flower Sect. Who knows how many beauties of the Dragon Star Kingdom he had raped. If boss can get this technique, you will be happy. Ha ha ha. The brown-haired man laughed wildly and led the group to the 32nd Mountain. Soon, this group of vicious people arrived at the top of a steep mountain. The entrance to the Evil King's tomb should be nearby. The brown-haired man ordered. The group dispersed and began to search for the legendary Evil King's tomb. There's someone. A disciple of the Black Tiger Gang noticed the situation. Boss, there's someone in front. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. He quickly gathered his men and led them forward. The group moved forward cautiously and saw a young man in black clothes standing on the mountain peak. He seemed to be looking for something. Kid, who are you? Why are you here? A skinny man beside the brown-haired man shouted. The young man in black clothes turned his head and glanced at the group with a sharp gaze. All the warriors who were glanced at felt a chill in their hearts as if they were pierced by the sword light. Even the brown-haired man frowned. What a sharp gaze! This young man was Lin Xian, who came to find the Wind Shadow Sword. He looked at the people behind him and raised his eyebrows. The others were ignored, but the brown-haired man made him feel pressured. Peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian's heart sank. His current strength was enough to defeat a late harmonious spirit realm warrior, but there was still a gap between him and a peak warrior. But even if he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't leave them. "Who are you and why are you here?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer and instead asked a question, the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were furious, but they didn't dare to be presumptuous when they remembered the sharp gaze from before. The brown-haired man snorted, "Just an early harmonious spirit realm kid. I'll be kind and spare your life today. Get out of here." "With just you?" Lin Xian sneered. A sharp aura gushed out. Immediately, the sky changed color. Everyone felt a shocking sword chi, as if it was going to split them in half. What a terrifying sword chi! Who is this person? How could he be so powerful? The Black Tiger Gang's hearts palpitated. They could not remember when such a powerful young man had appeared in the White Cloud mountain range. The brown-haired man's eyes were gloomy. His cultivation was the highest, so he could sense the difference. This sword chi contained an indestructible will, like a slumbering, ferocious beast. This aura, could it be sword intent? The brown-haired man was bewildered. Forget it. Maybe he's just a disciple of some big sect passing by. There's no need to cause trouble. The Evil King's tomb is more important. The brown-haired man ignored Lin Xian. "Humph, I have something to do today. Count yourself lucky. Let's go and take a look at other places." Soon these people left. Could it be that these people are also here to look for the Evil King's tombstone? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that more than one person knew about this? Shaking his head, Lin Xian stopped thinking about these things. The most important thing right now was to find the entrance to the Evil King's tomb. Lin Xian used his soul force and quickly scanned his surroundings. At the same time, Lord Alcohol could sense everything outside from the mysterious sword. Although Lin Xian did not know how to find the Evil King's tomb, with Lord Alcohol's ability, he should be able to find it. "How is it?" Lin Xian asked. "Found it. It's 350 meters ahead," Lord Alcohol said. 350 meters ahead? Lin Xian was stunned. It was no wonder he was shocked. He was standing near a cliff, and 350 meters ahead was a bottomless abyss. "Lord Alcohol, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Lin Xian asked again. "How is that possible? Who am I?" Lord Alcohol snorted. "Anyway, I've already told you the entrance. It's up to you whether you want to go in or not." Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Although harmonious spirit realm warriors could fly, this cliff was very strange. There was an inexplicable suction force below that could suck living things down. Not long ago, Lin Xian saw a 7th grade demonic bird being pulled down the cliff. Forget it. Since Lord Alcohol says so, then so be it. Lin Xian used his soul force and quickly found the corresponding position. According to Lord Alcohol, there couldn't be any difference in this position. Otherwise, he would be sucked down the cliff by the suction force. Found it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then he leaped into the air. This scene happened to be seen by the Black Tiger Gang. Damn, so it's a kid who wants to jump off the cliff. What bad luck. The group of people cursed. However, Lin Xian was not sucked into the abyss as they imagined. Instead, he suddenly disappeared in midair. What's going on? The Black Tiger Gang disciples were stunned. The brown-haired man's face was gloomy as he quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Could it be the entrance to the Evil King's tomb? The brown-haired man was bewildered. It was rumored that the entrance to the Evil King's tomb was very strange. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it at all. Moreover, they had been searching here for half a day, but they didn't find anything suspicious. However, that young man disappeared into thin air, which made him suspicious. Try it. The middle-aged man said to the warrior beside him, "Boss, this is a bottomless abyss. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior would be sucked to the bottom of the abyss." The disciple said with a sobbing tone, "What are you afraid of?" The middle-aged man coldly shouted, "That kid went in, which means that this must be the entrance. Hurry up and open the way for me. Be boss." The warrior still wanted to say something, but he was kicked out by the middle-aged man. "Ah!" He screamed loudly as his body flew forward in a parabola. The strength of this kick was a little too strong. Even though he adjusted his body in the air, the inexplicable suction force firmly locked onto him and dragged him down. A miserable scream echoed at the bottom of the mountain, making everyone's hair stand on end. "Damn it, he used too much strength." The brown-haired man cursed in a low voice. "Who saw the distance the kid jumped from? Hurry up and come here." After sacrificing 3 warriors, the Black Tiger Gang finally found the mysterious entrance. "Phut! It's such a dangerous place. The evil king is such a bastard." The group of people cursed in their hearts. This was the rhythm of sending them to their deaths. However, they finally found the evil king's tomb. The sacrifice was worth it. "Follow me." The middle-aged man shouted and quickly jumped into the tomb. The other warriors also jumped in one after another. However, not long after the brown-haired man jumped in, 2 figures quickly rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. The 2 figures were like ghosts, arriving at the top of the cliff in an instant. Chapter 403. It was a man and a woman. The man wore a brocade robe and wore a silver half-mask with golden patterns on it. He looked somewhat mysterious. The woman's face was like a peach blossom. She wore an emerald green dress and wore 2 accessories made of bones on her hands. The 2 of them looked at the Black Tiger Gang's warriors who were entering the tomb and sneered. "Old thing, you really know how to find a place. You actually placed the tomb in such a place." The mysterious masked man said coldly, "Senior brother, don't be angry. We still found it no matter what," the emerald green woman said. At this moment, the Black Tiger Gang's disciples who had yet to enter the tomb all turned their heads. "What are you doing? This is the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Scram, or I'll kill you all." "What a beautiful girl. Why don't you play with me?" A few warriors laughed evilly. Soon, they couldn't laugh anymore because the mysterious young man with the half-mask was emitting a terrifying aura. Spirit Transformation Realm Expert. The Black Tiger Gang's disciples' expressions changed drastically as they quickly jumped toward the entrance of the tomb. Whoosh! 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 Several pink flower petals flew out and drew a strange arc in the air, instantly piercing the warriors' bodies. Immediately, the warriors' bodies stiffened as pink light rushed out of their bodies. Finally, their bodies split into several pieces and exploded. From escaping to death, it only took an instant. During this process, they didn't even let out a scream. This was the power of a spirit transformation realm expert. They could instantly kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. "Let's go and see what's so magical about Master's tomb," the masked man said. If anyone was here, they would definitely scream. These 2 were actually the disciples of Evil King Yu Shangchuan. The 2 of them moved like wild geese as they quickly entered the tomb. Ripples appeared in the air and spread out like a vortex. When Lin Xian came back to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. The sound of flowing water could be heard from afar. There's actually the sound of water. What a magical place! Lin Xian exclaimed. He clearly remembered that he had jumped into the sky, but he ended up in such a place. From the looks of it, this should be a sealed space. Spirit channeling realm warriors don't have the ability to open up space. "I believe this place was discovered by that person by chance," Lord Alcohol said. "However, he sure has guts to call himself the Heretic King. Thankfully, this is a remote place. If he were on that continent, he would have long been killed by someone with that title." Lord Alcohol muttered to himself. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly and flew out like a rainbow. Soon, he arrived at the riverbank. It was a large black river. The river water was torrential and it flowed endlessly. However, With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed a cold and corrosive aura from the lake. That feeling was somewhat similar to that of the Yinshuanhe. However, it was even more sinister than the Yinshan River. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and several figures landed quickly. Brat, you really came to explore the evil king's tomb. The brown-haired man looked at Lin Xian, his eyes cold. So what if I am? Lin Xian was fearless. Even if the opponent was a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior, he wouldn't be able to stop him as long as he wanted to leave. Moreover, this strange space was very wide. The man couldn't seal him at all. Humph! The middle-aged man snorted. You think you can stop me? You're just an early harmonious spirit, realm warrior. How dare you touch the evil king's tomb? Let's see if I dare to or not. Lin Xian held the black scabbard tightly. Just as the battle was about to break out, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder. On its furry little head was the worn-out Xiao Wan. Its black, gem-like eyes kept looking around. Then it found 2 dice from somewhere and threw them into the bowl. Ding-dong! The 2 dice shook and finally stopped. Wu Ji, the snow-white monkey lifted the bowl again and pointed to the right. Lin Xian frowned. When did this guy become a fraud? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't believe it, the snow-white monkey jumped up in anger. All right, I believe you. Ignoring the black tiger gang, Lin Xian's body swayed and ran to the right like a ghost. The people on the black tiger list were dumbfounded. How could such a big man believe a monkey? This was too much of a joke. You're lucky to run fast. Otherwise, I'll let you know the power of my iron fist. The middle-aged man snorted. You 3, follow him and see what he's up to. The rest of you, follow me to the left. The middle-aged man led the group to the left side of the river, while the other 3 quickly followed Lin Xian. Under the snow-white monkey's guidance, Lin Xian ran all the way. Along the way, the light was dim. Relying on his outstanding soul power, he was able to stay safe. Splash! Stepping into the pool of water, Lin Xian's body moved horizontally. At this moment, the black liquid in the pool suddenly emitted a black light. Countless black needles flew out from the pool and attacked Lin Xian. Get lost! Lin Xian bent his finger and flicked it backward. A blue half-moon lake sword energy rushed out from behind him and hit the black needles. Dang, dang, dang! All the black needles were cut off. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a sense of danger. His black cloak fluttered, and his body moved 10 meters to the side. Dozens of black curved light blades bombarded the place where he was standing. After dodging these strange attacks, Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly turned around and covered his body with silver lightning body. A black figure gradually rose from the pool. Liquid kept dripping from his body. An aura comparable to a mid-harmonious spirit realm expert was emitted. What is this? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't sense a living person in the pool. This is probably something that came out of the corpse dissolving water. It's normal that you can't sense it, Lord Alcohol explained. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with him. Thunder Tyrant Fist. Lin Xian swung his fist again and unleashed a bolt of silver lightning. At the same time, his 5 fingers formed a claw and formed a large palm in the air, grabbing at the black figure. Above him, the silver palm was like a small mountain. It brought with it endless pressure. Gulp! The black figure suddenly opened its mouth. The mouth was dozens of meters long. Its sharp black teeth were like 2 rows of cutting machines. They were suffused with a dark light as they bit at the silver palm in the sky. At the same time, its 2 arms swung forward. They instantly lengthened and slapped at Lin Xian. This strange attack wasn't something a human could execute. Moon break! Lin Xian held the star extinction sword in front of his chest and drew a half-moon arc. An azure sword beam flew out like a blue moon and collided with the elongated arm. Chi-chi! When the two collided, the sound of fire and water mixing could be heard. The long black arm quickly melted the half-moon sword chi. The half-moon sword chi contained the great dragon sword intent and quickly destroyed the black arm. The two forces continued to collide. In the end, the half-moon sword chi carried by the great dragon sword intent cut the black arm and quickly slashed at the black figure's body. Chapter 404. The sword intent was invincible. This was not a boast, it was the truth. The great dragon sword intent represented an offensive saint art. It could even kill strange creatures like the corpse dissolving water. The black creature felt Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent and was frightened like a mouse. It was no longer attacking, but quickly turned into a puddle of water and ran towards the ground. Trying to run away? Lin Xian used his wind intent and dragon counterstep to reach the extreme. He arrived in front of the black creature in a flash. Lightning intertwined as he waved his palms. A huge cage surrounded the black creature. In a flash, dozens of lightning bolts drilled into the black creature's body. Drip, drip. The black creature turned into a puddle of black water and fell to the ground, returning to the black river. After dealing with the black creature, Lin Xian ran towards the right again. After a while, his speed gradually decreased because a stone cave appeared in front of him. The stone cave was blocked by a thick stone door that was covered with vines. It seemed like it had not been opened for a long time. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was slightly happy. It seemed like the little white monkey was not bad. He wanted to go forward and check, but a few sneers came from behind him. I didn't expect your luck to be so good to find a treasure cave. This cave is ours. You can get lost now. The voice was so domineering that it did not put Lin Xian in its eyes. Lin Xian turned around and found 3 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors standing not far away. They formed a triangle with a fixed distance between each other. The advantage of this was that they could attack or retreat, forming a small group. Obviously, the 3 of them were battle veterans. You want this treasure cave? Lin Xian showed a faint smile. Stop talking nonsense and get lost. Otherwise, you will stay here forever. The 3 of them emitted 3 waves of qi that merged into one. It was like 1,000 zhang tall mountain that pressed down on Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian's sword intent had shocked them when they were outside. Otherwise, the 3 of them wouldn't be so cautious when facing an early harmonious spirit brat. However, the 3 of them were confident that they could defeat a late harmonious spirit realm warrior with their combined attack. However, Lin Xian possessed 70% of the great dragon sword intent, so he was not afraid of their combined attacks. Letting out a cold snort, Lin Xian's gigantic sword shadow appeared behind his back, pressing down on the 3 of them like a heavenly pillar. Rumble! The void trembled as if a huge explosion had occurred. Under the horrified gazes of the 3, Lin Xian's firmament sword slashed the 1,000-foot tall mountain in half as if it was tofu. Then, with a boundless aura, it pressed down on the 3. Retreat! Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated at lightning speed. Wind Emperor's sword. Since he had already made his move, Lin Xian had no reason to stop. The Absolute Star sword turned into a cold light and merged into the void. After comprehending the wind intent, his understanding of the wind had become more skillful. He could use a profound sword technique with just a raise of his hand. His sword pierced toward a man wearing a blue scarf. There was no sword light or terrifying aura. It was just like a gust of wind. The Absolute Star sword arrived in front of the man in a flash. Block it! The warrior wearing a blue scarf shouted crazily. Both of his palms converged in front of his body. The surrounding spirit chi was pulled over like flowing water, forming a thick spirit chi defense in front of him. An earthy yellow light surged out of his body, and ancient patterns appeared in the air. He even has an inner armor. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The long sword in his hand became sharper. 50% of the sword intent exploded, and the wind intent was also integrated into it. Crack, crack, crack. 3 cracking sounds were heard. The Absolute Star sword instantly pierced through the spirit chi barrier. Immediately after, that guy's defensive inner armor was also split in 2. His body's defense was even weaker, and a terrifying bloody hole was pierced. The man wearing a blue scarf flew out. It seemed that he would not survive. At this moment, the 2 companions beside him suddenly attacked Lin Xian. They attacked viciously. One of them attacked Lin Xian's head. It was a mace that was as thick as an arm. It was like a small mountain, smashing toward Lin Xian. The other person kicked Lin Xian's waist. At the same time, 2 hidden weapons were shot toward Lin Xian's eyes. The 2 of them cooperated well, and in an instant they attacked quickly. Returning Wind Whisk's willow sword, Lin Xian held his long sword in front of him and spun it quickly. The wind intent spread out. The indestructible Absolute Star sword seemed to have turned into a soft willow branch, spinning around him. Dang! 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 All the attacks were blocked by the sword screen. The returning Wind Whisk's willow sword was an ultimate technique of the sword pool manner. At this moment, it was even more powerful under the effects of Lin Xian's wind intent. The blue sword beam was like a willow branch swaying in the air. It was hard and soft, making it impossible to guard against. Chi, the warrior on the left, was swept by the Absolute Star sword, and dozens of sword beams instantly wrapped around him. Immediately, countless sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. Flying willow kill. The long sword slashed, and the sword beams that filled the sky floated like willow catkins without any pattern. The other person tried his best to dodge, but he was still pierced by the countless sword beams. After easily finishing off the 3 of them, Lin Xian put away the Absolute Star sword and walked toward the stone door. The stone door was tightly sealed, so there must be an array formation mechanism. Xiao Xuanzi, let me test you. See how you've learned, Lord Alcohol said with a smile. During his free time, Lord Alcohol imparted all his knowledge to Lin Xian. And now was the best time to test Lin Xian. All right. Lin Xian nodded slightly before pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. He quickly scanned his surroundings and soon discovered something. There's no obvious mechanism. It should be a hidden trough or an array formation mechanism. According to my observations, the mechanism should be on this stone door. Lin Xian's left hand released lightning as he touched the stone door. Immediately, the withered vine turned to ashes and fell to the ground. He placed his palm on it and carefully inspected it. There's indeed an array formation. Lin Xian sensed it, and then his 5 fingers moved, sending a few inscriptions into the stone door. Immediately, obscure patterns appeared on the stone door, quickly forming 3 tiny caves. Each of them was as thick as a chopstick. It's done. Lin Xian was delighted. Yes, not bad. Lord Alcohol nodded slightly. It looks like you have understood everything I taught you. Lin Xian smiled and injected his spirit energy into the 3 tiny holes. Immediately, the entire stone door trembled. The stone door opened, revealing an even more spacious area. Lin Xian's body flashed as he entered the stone door. Just as Lin Xian entered, 2 figures appeared in the heretic king's tomb. They were the man and woman who had addressed the heretic king as their master. The 2 of them looked around with excited expressions. He's in. He's finally in. The mysterious man with the half mask took out a jade slip and quickly checked it. Soon, the 2 of them moved and ran to the right. However, not long after the 2 of them left, 2 more figures entered and quickly disappeared. The 2 figures were extremely fast and didn't stop at all. All that could be seen was a white and red figure entering and disappearing from the riverbank. Lin Xian naturally didn't know what was happening outside. After entering the stone door, he was stunned once again. Chapter 405. This time, there were more forks in front of him. There were a total of 3 paths that led to different directions. Lin Xian looked at the little white monkey. The little monkey was very excited. It took down the broken bowl on its head and threw 2 more dice. Clank! The little monkey was like a little charlatan, pointing at the middle path. Lin Xian quickly stepped into the middle path. Not long after, the man and the woman arrived at the stone door. Someone actually opened the stone door. "Senior brother, what should we do?" The woman in the green dress asked. "It should have just been opened. Plus, this is only the outer area of the graveyard. I think that person opened the stone door by chance. But we have the map left by our master. No one is more familiar with this place than us." The masked man was very confident. After the 2 entered the stone door, they chose the right path. Lin Xian walked along the middle path. Soon he saw a stone house. After walking in, Lin Xian found 2 shining prized artifacts. After so much effort, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He glanced around, and after confirming that there was no danger, he went to grab the 2 treasures. One of them was a purple armor, while the other was a jade green belt. Just as Lin Xian was about to grab the 2 treasures, a black smoke suddenly came out of the box where the purple armor was placed, covering everything in an instant. The box where the green belt was placed shot out countless green poisonous needles. Each of the poisonous needles carried a frightening, baleful aura. In an instant, Lin Xian increased his spirit energy to the extreme and quickly dodged the black smoke. He also used the black cloak to create a clone to block the poisonous needles. Meanwhile, his real body quickly grabbed the green belt and retreated. All of these happened in an instant. When Lin Xian's real body retreated to the corner, his clone and everything in the surroundings were covered by the black light. That was close. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He found that the purple armor had been corroded by the black smoke and had become tattered. That was a spirit-grade treasure. It was extremely hard. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior couldn't break it. However, such a precious artifact had been damaged by the black poisonous fog. One could only imagine how terrifying the poisonous fog was. If Lin Xian had been a step slower, she might have become a corpse by now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian looked at the jade belt in his hand. For it to be placed together with the purple inner armor, it was enough to show how extraordinary this belt was. It must also be a spirit step treasure. "Hey, this is a storage belt." Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed. His storage ring's grade was very low and the space inside was limited. Apart from some precious items that he carried with him, the rest of his spirit stones and other things were all distributed in other storage rings. However, a spirit-grade storage belt was completely different. The space inside was several hundred times larger than a normal storage ring. It was more than enough to hold everything. Lin Xian's soul force surged and rushed towards the storage belt. At first, he felt a rebounding force. As expected of a spirit-grade storage belt, it actually has a self-protection function. He chuckled. His soul force turned into an awl and suddenly pierced into the belt. A 1-mile wide storage space appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian exited the space in his belt and placed everything inside. Then, he tied the belt around his waist. Walking out of the hut, Lin Xian ran towards the second hut. However, this time he was stopped because the Black Tiger Gang also appeared near the second hut. Looking at Lin Xian's figure, the middle-aged man Bao, whose face became gloomy. "Kid, hand over the things you got." He clearly saw Lin Xian coming out from the first hut. The things that could appear in the evil king's tomb were definitely not ordinary items. Therefore, he coveted the things that Lin Xian got. Lin Xian sneered. How could he spit out what he took? Not only would he not hand over the things he got from the first hut, he would also fight for the things in the second hut. If you want the treasures, you have to talk with your strength, Lin Xian said coldly. At the same time, his body turned into a blur as he rushed into the hut. Stop him! Bao Hu angrily shouted. In an instant, the 4 warriors beside him quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The 4 of them joined forces to form a terrifying attack. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword intent tore through the sky and instantly sent the 5 people flying. Kid, you dare! Bao Hu's figure leaped out. His huge palm covered the sky and slapped towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian once again used the black cloak to form a clone. He used the clone to block the terrifying palm while his real body went into the hut. Boom! The heaven-shaking palm shattered the clone. Bao Hu was like a meteor as he also rushed in. Everything in the hut was broken, but there was a golden inner armor in the center of the table. The golden light was like the sun. Although it was bright, it was not dazzling. A mid-grade spiritual treasure. Bao Hu was overjoyed. Mid-grade spirit rank artifacts were not commonly seen, and even he only had one. In the Dragon Star country, low-grade spiritual treasures were more common. Mid-grade spiritual treasures were also rare. With this golden inner armor, it could even block the attack of a spirit transformation realm warrior. Lin Xian also liked it. Although the silver thunder body was strong, it could not withstand a single blow from a spirit transformation realm warrior. With this inner armor, he would be able to make up for his lack of defense. Therefore, he had to get this inner armor. Woo-woo! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Dozens of black lights intertwined in the air and blasted towards Lin Xian. This was Bao Hu's surprise attack. He used 80% of his strength in this punch. The terrifying aura caused the air to tremble. If this hut was not a strange existence in the evil king's tomb, it would have already been destroyed. Lin Xian was already prepared. His Starscar sword slashed towards the air. 50% sword intent was integrated into the sword light, as if it could cut through everything. The terrifying attacks collided. Sword chi filled the hut, forming a terrifying killing light. Lin Xian and Bao Hu fought together, quickly approaching the golden inner armor. Iron arms suppressing mountains and rivers. Bao Hu took a step forward and punched out with both of his fists. The violent energy sucked the air out of the hut. Wind slaying. The absolute star sword swept out. Wind, mentality, and 50% sword intent were integrated into the sword light. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the hut. Cracks appeared on the hard walls. It could not be helped. Although the hut was an ancient building, it still cracked under such a terrifying attack. The golden inner armor was blown into the sky by the overflowing chi. Outside the hut, the Black Tiger Gang members' eyes were red. They all jumped up. 2 of them were the fastest. They were at the late, harmonious spirit realm. They arrived in front of the golden inner armor almost instantly. Wind Emperor's sword. The absolute star sword pierced through the air. 5 sword chi blended into the wind. Buzz, buzz. On the other side, the air around the golden inner armor vibrated. Translucent, sword chi appeared and attacked. Pooh! A late, harmonious spirit realm warrior was caught off guard. He was hit by the sword chi, and one of his arms was blown away. You are looking for death. Bao Hu roared. As a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior, he could not take down Lin Xian. This made him lose face. Boom! The spirit power in his body burned like a ball of flame. This time he used all of his power. He clenched both of his fists and punched down like a huge hammer. Star explosion. Holding the absolute star sword, Lin Xian carried the surrounding spirit chi and soared into the sky. Chapter 406. Countless amounts of spirit chi spun around him like thousands of wind blades, forming a strange power. This was the fifth style of the green cloud sword art. It could make the spiritual energies move according to different trajectories and collide with each other, creating a terrifying explosion. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use this technique before, but now that he had comprehended the concept of wind and had the star extinction sword, he could use the star explosion technique. Like a gorgeous meteor, it bombarded Bao Hu's body in an instant. Boom! In a flash, a huge explosion occurred in the dazzling sword light. A blue energy ball formed on the spot and gradually expanded, covering 100 meters in radius. Strong winds swept across the area, causing the spiritual energies to scatter. Some of the weaker ones were swept up by the wind, and when they touched the energy ball, they were instantly crushed into a mist of blood. This scene frightened the rest of the Black Tiger gang. They quickly retreated and ran for their lives. Hu Pachong! Bao Hu's eyes turned red as he roared. Black stripes appeared on his body, and his body grew 10 meters taller. An aura similar to that of the king of demonic beasts was emitted from his body, extremely ferocious. Roar! With a low roar, the surrounding spiritual energies gathered and formed a ferocious black tiger's head behind his back. The shadow instantly entered Bao Hu's body, emitting a dazzling light. Brett, I want you dead. Bao Hu's body was covered by a terrifying energy, forming a destructive attack. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly, using the dragon counter step to retreat quickly. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body. Some of them were caused by the energy of the star explosion, but most of them were caused by the tiger's head behind Bao Hu's back. Luckily, the silver lightning mark was indeed extraordinary. It was able to withstand the attack of a peak harmonious spirit expert. Suddenly, a roar was heard. The terrifying energy ball suddenly split from the middle, as if it was torn into two halves. A big hand covered in black stripes quickly grabbed the golden inner armor in the sky. Lin Xian's expression changed. That hand was obviously Bao Hu's. Bao Hu jumped up. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were cold. He grabbed the golden inner armor in his hand and roared into the sky. Terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. Brat, I'm going to cut you off bit by bit. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. Moreover, he was injured by an early harmonious spirit brat. He wanted revenge. He wanted to make Lin Xian beg for death. It's too early to say that, Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't want to reveal his trump card, but he had no choice but to use it now. Holding the absolute star sword in his hand, a horrifying sword intent gushed out. The 50% sword intent annihilated everything around him. So what if you have sword intent? You still can't hit me if you don't have enough strength. Lin Xian ignored him and continued to urge his sword intent. There seemed to be a dragon's roar in his body. Then, an even more violent sword intent surged out. Lin Xian's spiritual energy vibrated, forming a gust of wind that soared into the sky. Behind him, a ferocious azure dragon spiraled upwards. The 70% great dragon sword intent was completely displayed by him. The sky changed color as if countless divine swords were flying across the sky. In the distance, the disciples of the Black Tiger gang looked at Lin Xian in horror. Many of them were so scared that they peed their pants. In the sky, Bao Hu's face darkened. This sword intent was enough to threaten his life. Damn it! How can a young man like him possess such a powerful sword intent? Bao Hu was shocked. He looked young, but he was actually over 100 years old. In these 100 years, he had seen countless experts, but it was his first time seeing someone as young as Lin Xian possessing such a powerful sword intent. This brat can't be left alive. In a flash, Bao Hu made a decision. He couldn't allow Lin Xian to live in this world. Otherwise, his future would be a nightmare. Brat, I don't care who you are. Die today. Bao Hu stretched out his palm. A ferocious tiger head appeared in the sky. Its cold eyes looked down at Lin Xian without a trace of emotion. The black tiger head let out a wild roar, and countless black lights rushed towards Lin Xian. Heavenly meteor. Lin Xian held the star extinction sword in his hand and rushed into the sky. The 70% sword intent and the concept of wind had been completely displayed by him without holding back. His body disappeared instantly. Above the ground, countless black lights pierced into the ground, forming a bottomless black hole. Not good. Seeing Lin Xian disappear, Bao Hu's pupils shrank. He subconsciously put up a defense. Crack! Crack! Just as he was about to defend, a cold sword pierced into his body. In an instant, the violent dragon's sword intent was like a flood. It drilled into his body and destroyed everything. Impossible. Bao Hu was still shocked. He didn't even see the sword's trajectory. He didn't even have time to defend. Puff! Bao Hu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell powerlessly. Phew! Lin Xian landed on the ground. His face was pale. Heavenly meteor was magical. As his cultivation increased, the power of the sword became stronger. Just now, he tried his best to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, the sword still consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, after entering the harmonious spirit realm, a warrior could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth at any time. Moreover, Lin Xian's art of long life absorbed spiritual qi at a very fast speed. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy. Boom! Bao Hu's body fell to the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. His hand was still holding the golden inner armor. Even at the moment of his death, he didn't put it on. Lin Xian walked over and took off the golden inner armor. He quickly put it on and let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. More than half of the Black Tiger Gang members were killed in the battle. However, there were still more than 10 warriors who survived. When these people saw Lin Xian, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xian flicked his finger. Dozens of sword qi were formed and entered these people's bodies, destroying their spiritual qi whirlpools. I won't kill you, but I can't let you continue to do evil. Now, I'll destroy your cultivation. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. A moment later, 2 figures appeared in the ruins. They were the 2 disciples of the evil king. What a fierce battle. It seems like someone has already started fighting. The lady in green said with a delicate voice, it's those people from the Black Tiger Gang. Isn't that Black Tiger? He was killed. The masked man frowned slightly. Although he didn't think much of Bao Hu's strength, he didn't expect a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior to be killed. Are there other spirit transformation realm warriors in this place? The lady in green was puzzled. No, if they were spirit transformation realm warriors, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to kill Bao Hu. The masked man shook his head. Look at the traces of the battle. It's obvious that they were people of similar strength. Moreover, these cuts contain sword intent. It's obvious that they were swordsmen. Swordsmen. The lady in green was surprised. Are they here for the wind shadow sword? The masked man's face darkened. The wind shadow sword is one of the 4 treasures. I will never let it fall into the hands of an outsider. Chapter 407. You guys get over here. The masked man looked at the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang, whose cultivations had been destroyed. Who killed Tiger Bao? Devil. Those people looked frightened and kept shaking their heads. The jade-faced playboy looked cold. His 5 fingers formed a claw and suddenly grabbed one of the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. The next moment, that person's head was pierced. Traces of blood rose and quickly evaporated. The jade-faced playboy closed his eyes slightly and then opened them. It's a young man, he said casually. Just now, he used a special soul-searching technique and saw the scene when Lin Xian killed Tiger Bao. Could he be a disciple of a top sect? The The jade-faced playboy wondered. At this age, only the disciples of the big sects could have such means. There was almost no other possibility. No matter who it is, as long as he dares to have ideas about the evil king's tomb, I'll make sure he doesn't return. He smiled evilly. Let's go and meet this swordsman. The jade-faced playboy took out a folding fan and waved it gently. Suddenly, blood appeared on the necks of the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. Dozens of people died. Then, the two figures swayed and disappeared into the ruins like ghosts. After a long time, there was a slight sound above the ruins. Tiger Bao, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and a trace of blood came out. Damn it! Fortunately, I mastered the art of fake death and deceived the jade-faced playboy. I'll take revenge for this. Tiger Bao struggled and began to crazily absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him. His storage ring had been taken away by Lin, so he couldn't get any elixirs. Little thief, I'll pay you back 100 times for what you did today. Tiger Bao's voice was hoarse with endless murderous intent. As the second leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he had never been humiliated like this. Today, he almost died in the evil king's tomb. However, although he was angry, he didn't lose his mind. With his current strength, he couldn't take revenge at all. Moreover, he was deeply afraid of the jade-faced playboy. The jade-faced playboy, I didn't expect him to come. Tiger Bao's voice was dignified. It was rumored that jade-faced playboy was the disciple of the evil king. He was even more cruel than the evil king. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors wouldn't be able to survive if they met him. Even spirit transformation realm warriors wouldn't dare to provoke him. It seemed that he could only use the blood demon body fusion technique. Bao, whose expression was solemn. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He propped up his broken body and quickly formed a strange seal with his palms. Immediately, the surrounding blood gathered and rushed into his body. Soon, his body was enveloped by a ball of blood. After a long time, the blood mist exploded, and a withered figure appeared above the ruins. The figure's entire body was shriveled up like a zombie. It did not look like a human at all. This was Violent Tiger using the 10,000 secret technique, the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. This time, I will definitely kill that brat. Bao, whose voice was cold. Then he flew away like a gust of wind. Everywhere he went, blood chi shot up into the sky. After Lin Xian obtained the golden inner armor, he ran like mad. Finally, he arrived in front of a huge stone cave. Countless gusts of wind formed astral energy that blew out from the stone cave. The energy was like a sharp sword light blowing on a person's body. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors wouldn't be able to withstand the astral wind. Fortunately, Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind, so the astral wind had no effect on him. His body was erratic like a willow in the wind, drifting with the wind. If one looked closely, they would find that Lin Xian's every step was very mysterious. It was as if he had blended into the wind. Such a terrifying wind force. Could this stone cave be related to the wind shadow sword? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He came to the evil king's tomb to find the wind shadow sword to increase his strength. Now that this stone cave was very suspicious, he wouldn't miss it. Brat, leave quickly. A spirit transformation realm warrior is coming. Lord Alcohol suddenly warned. Lin Xian also felt a violent energy rapidly approaching. This energy was very strong, far stronger than Violent Tiger's. With his current strength, he couldn't block it. He didn't dare to stay. His body turned into a gust of wind and quickly drilled into the stone cave. However, the moment he reached the cave, the berserk aura behind him had already reached the entrance of the cave. Stay! A cold voice rang out. Immediately after, Lin Xian felt the surrounding spiritual energy quickly condense, like two mountains pressing down on him. What a terrifying use of spiritual energy! Lin Xian was shocked. He used the concept of wind with all his strength, allowing his body to move with the astral wind. Aside from having a strong cultivation, a spirit transformation realm warrior's understanding and use of spiritual energy was even better. A harmonious spirit realm warrior could only use simple spiritual energy, but a spirit transformation realm warrior could turn the surrounding spiritual energy into a part of his body, making it even more powerful. Lin Xian relied on the concept of wind to narrowly escape the calamity. He turned into a sword light and quickly drilled into the stone cave. He actually dodged it. Jade-faced Playboy was surprised. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior would have a hard time dodging her attack. Lin Xian was only an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, yet he was able to safely enter the stone cave. You have some skills, worthy of being the swordsman who could kill Violent Tiger. Jade-faced Playboy sneered. However, it was still not enough to deal with me. Senior brother, is this stone cave the place where the Wind Shadow Sword is kept? The green-clothed girl asked. It is indeed the place where the Wind Shadow Sword is sealed, but I don't know how this brat knew about it. Let's go in quickly, before that brat gets there first. The Wind Shadow Sword is not that easy to get. Even if he went in 100 years earlier, he still wouldn't be able to get it. Jade-faced Playboy was very confident. However, he didn't want to waste any time. He waved his palm and the violent astral wind tore apart, creating a vacuum in the middle. The two quickly entered the stone cave. Lin Xian ran madly after entering the stone cave. The reason why he was able to find the stone cave was because of the snow-white little monkey. There was a completely different world inside the stone cave, but Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it, and he didn't dare to stay. After all, there was a spirit transformation realm warrior behind him who could take his life at any time. Wuji, the snow-white little monkey, did a divination and then pointed in a direction and shouted. Lin Shui understood and was about to go. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation of spirit energy came from behind him. Brat, stay here obediently. A large, glazed hand grabbed at him. There were strange patterns on the palm, causing the surrounding spirit energy to tremble. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the person behind him to catch up so quickly. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel steps with all his strength and increased his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he urged the black cloak to increase his speed again. At the moment of crisis, he finally brushed past the large, jade-like hand. The terrifying fluctuation of spirit energy made him continuously retreat. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian waved his long sword and split the spirit energy rushing toward him. At the same time, the soundless sword light rushed toward Jade-faced Playboy. Insignificant skill. Jade-faced Playboy sneered and gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Chapter 408. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the soundless sword chi was shattered, quickly dissipating in the air. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Jade-faced Playboy waved the folding fan in his hand. He was very calm. Wind Slayer Sudden, Thunderlin Xian, brandished his sword twice in a row, and a green sword light quickly surged out. At the same time, a pentagonal lightning array descended from the sky. Too weak. Yu Langjun waved his folding fan and drew an arc in front of him. All of a sudden, all of the attacks were blocked outside. Jade-faced Playboy waved his folding fan and blocked all of Lin Xian's attacks outside his body. In front of me, you are just an ant. Do you think an ant can shake a giant dragon? Jade-faced Playboy laughed disdainfully. Now it's my turn to attack. Killing geniuses is a very fun thing to do. Jade-faced Playboy took a step forward with a folding fan in his hand. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. As he waved his fan, a heart-palpitating power gushed out. Not good. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He instantly used the black cloak to create a doppelganger, while his real body retreated. Puff! The black-cloaked clone was instantly sliced in half, and intense stellar energy swept out in all directions. Lin Xian's true body was shaken out of the void and staggered back. Interesting. It can even create doppelgangers. This cloak is not bad. I want it. Jade-faced playboy strolled leisurely as if he was the ruler. Damn it, the gap is too big. If I can break through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm, I might be able to fight a spirit transformation realm warrior. Lin Xian's heart sank. However, it wouldn't be that easy to take his life. All right, game over. Jade-faced playboy had obviously lost his patience. He waved his palm and launched a mysterious attack, slapping towards Lin Xian's forehead. Soul Sword. At this critical moment, Lin Xian used a soul attack. The runes in his right eye scattered, and his soul power formed an invisible sword, stabbing towards Jade-faced playboy. This sword had gathered all of Lin Xian's soul power, and it also contained 70% of his sword intent. It could be said to be terrifying. In addition, the soul attack was strange and unpredictable. It was really impossible to guard against it. Jade-faced playboy was instantly hit by the soul attack. His body trembled, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Once a warrior entered the harmonious spirit realm, other than being able to use the power of heaven and earth, his soul power would also increase along with his realm. Although Jade-faced playboy wasn't a warrior who specialized in soul power, he was a warrior in the spirit transformation realm, so he quickly regained his senses. However, the piercing pain that penetrated deep into his soul drove him crazy. Clang! The absolute star sword collided with Jade-faced playboy's body, creating countless sparks. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb, and he quickly retreated. The defense of a warrior at the spirit transformation realm was incomparably strong. He was actually unable to break through in a short period of time. Brat, I will use the cruelest means to kill you. Jade-faced playboy's face was ferocious. Since his debut, he had never suffered such a loss. Moreover, his opponent was a little cultivator who was far behind him. For a moment, Jade-faced playboy's heart was filled with killing intent. He wished he could chop Lin Xian into pieces. On the side, the green-clothed woman's beautiful face also turned pale. She knew how powerful Jade-faced playboy was. He only needed one move to kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. However, this young man who was only at the early harmonious spirit realm had repeatedly created miracles. First, he used his clone to avoid a fatal blow. Then he used his strange soul power to injure Jade-faced playboy. She had followed Jade-faced playboy for dozens of years, but she had never seen such a thing. Fortunately, Jade-faced playboy was very powerful. It was impossible to kill him. Go to hell. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan. The spirit energy in the sky rolled, forming countless pink petals that floated toward Lin Xian. These petals looked beautiful, but they contained endless killing intent. Each petal could kill a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Moreover, these petals seemed to contain a mysterious intent realm. Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Senior brother even used the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. It seems that Brat is dead for sure. The woman's heart calmed down. Jade-faced playboy was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Naturally, he had also comprehended the intent realm. Moreover, the Peach Blossom Intent Realm was even more powerful. It was incomparably illusory. It could often kill enemies without them noticing. Lin Xian could also feel the terror of this intent realm. He immediately used the wind intent realm, causing the surrounding airflow to become extremely strange. It blocked the sky full of peach blossoms. At the same time, he fully activated the 70% Great Dragon Sword intent. He held the Star Extinction sword with both hands and slashed toward the void. Lin Xian had just comprehended the wind intent realm. His usage of the intent realm was not as good as Jade-faced playboy's. Therefore, his wind intent realm was defeated by the peach blossom intent realm. Fortunately, his 70% great dragon sword intent was extremely powerful. It had already surpassed the peach blossom intent realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was not high enough, he still used the great dragon sword intent to forcefully cut a small opening. What? Impossible! He actually cut open the peach blossom intent realm. The green-clothed woman exclaimed in shock. Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious. His eyes looked at Lin Xian with uncertainty. To be honest, he did not want to believe that this little brat could cut open his peach blossom intent realm. However, the truth was right in front of him. Besides the sword intent, there is also the wind intent realm. Who is this little brat? How can he comprehend two intents? Jade-faced Playboy was jealous. Intents were not cabbages. Generally, only peerless geniuses could comprehend them. Even as the evil king's disciple, he had only comprehended one intent realm. However, Lin Xian was actually able to comprehend two types of concepts. This was something that was simply impossible. Moreover, that sword intent was really terrifying. It actually threatened his peach blossom intent realm. Since he is an enemy, I will definitely not let him grow. Jade-faced Playboy had a deep fear of Lin Xian in his heart. However, it was fortunate that Lin Xian's cultivation was too weak. He could easily kill him. I have to admit that you are indeed a genius. However, since you have offended me, you can only die. Jade-faced Playboy laughed sinisterly. The peach blossoms in the sky suddenly spun, quickly. Each petal was crystal clear, like a divine weapon, piercing through the void. The peach blossoms from all directions all rushed toward Lin Xian. Not good. The peach blossom intent realm has become stronger again. Lin Xian clearly felt the changes in the peach blossom intent realm in the sky. His expression changed. It seemed that a spirit transformation realm warrior was not someone he could resist. However, it would not be so easy to kill him. Secret blood, sacrifice technique. Lin Xian instantly merged the essence blood in his body into the black cloak. His body turned into a streak of blood and quickly rushed out. This speed was very fast. It even surpassed the speed of an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior. Whoosh! Lin Xian quickly dodged. The place where he was originally standing was covered by the petals and turned into ruins. He dodged again. Jade-faced Playboy's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His body was slightly trembling. As a spirit transformation realm warrior, it was very embarrassing for him to let a little brat escape from his hands, one after another. Was the bloodline just now the effect of the cloak? Jade-faced Playboy's eyes were sharp. He did not believe that Lin Xian had this ability. He must have borrowed the power of the black cloak. The black cloak seems to be a spirit grade treasure. Moreover, the sword in that kid's hand is also a spirit grade treasure. An early harmonious spirit realm warrior actually has two spirit grade treasures. Whose disciple is he? Jade-faced Playboy took a deep breath. Chapter 409. After you die, these two treasures will be mine. Jade-faced Playboy sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, countless strong astral winds blew in all directions. The strong killing intent contained in the wind caused terrifying cracks to appear on the walls and the ground. This is sword chi. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The wind swept in all directions as if it could destroy everything. Jade-faced Playboy also felt the sword chi and looked at the sky in horror. Is this the power of the wind shadow sword? There was a trace of excitement in his voice. Buzz! The void vibrated and a green sword shadow appeared in the sky. It was like an illusory door emitting a hazy radiance. After the illusory door appeared, the surrounding air fluctuated and rippled. Countless black chi rushed into the space. Lin Xian's expression changed as he used his eye technique to look at the void. He saw that the sky was filled with black insects the size of a fingernail. Not good. These are bloodthirsty, poisonous insects. These insects can kill a harmonious spirit, realm warrior. Leave quickly. Lord Alcohol quickly transmitted. What? Lin Xian was surprised. If a single insect could kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior, then there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? If he forced his way in, he would definitely lose his life. However, the entrance of the Wind Shadow Sword was right there. If he left, he would lose his last chance. For a moment, Lin Xian was in a dilemma. Jade Face Playboy was also in a dilemma. He looked at the sea of insects in the sky, and his face was as black as an iron pot. Damn, old thing, it's actually a sea of bloodthirsty insects. Jade Face Playboy no longer had his previous calmness. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. The old thing he was talking about was naturally the evil king. This kind of insect sea was not only something a harmonious spirit realm warrior would be afraid of, but even a spirit transformation realm warrior would find it difficult to resist. Perhaps only a spirit detecting realm warrior could break through the sea of insects and enter the illusory door. Senior brother, what should we do? The woman beside him asked worriedly. She was completely unable to resist this terrifying insect sea. Let's try. Jade Face Playboy gritted his teeth and said. He was unwilling to give up just like that. His body emitted a powerful aura. At the same time, countless pink peach blossoms around him. Peach blossom conception. As soon as he came up, Jade Face Playboy used his strongest artistic conception to attack the sea of insects. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ding, ding. Peach blossoms danced in the air. Each peach blossom contained boundless killing intent. When they collided with the black bugs, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Jade Face Playboy's peach blossom intent realm could kill any harmonious spirit realm warrior. But this terrifying attack only created countless sparks when it hit the black insect. The insects were pushed back by the terrifying force, but they didn't die. Instead, they surged forward even more violently. The sea of insects that filled the sky was like a layer of black gauze, quickly enveloping Jade-Faced Playboy. You go first. Jade-Faced Playboy said to the woman in green. He unleashed the peach blossom concept with all his might to resist the sea of insects. As long as he could repel these insects, he would be able to enter the green sword shadow. Lin Xian tried to attack as well. He displayed 70% of his sword shadows and slashed out a dazzling sword chi towards the void. The sword radiance flashed, forming a crescent arc that slashed toward the void. Countless bugs were forced back, but those bugs were still intact and flew over again. Don't waste your energy. These bloodthirsty insects are very hard. Those under the spirit detecting realm can't kill them. You should leave quickly. Wooji, just as Lin Xian was about to leave, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped up. It patted its chest and looked at me with an expression that said, "Look at me." You have a way. Lin Xian was stunned. I almost forgot about this monkey. Maybe it can. Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes shone with hope again. The snow-white monkey kept jumping up and down. Its body emitted an indescribable chi. Although this chi was very faint, it contained an inviolable king's chi. When the black bugs felt this chi, their bodies trembled and they unconsciously opened up a path. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He was once again curious about the identity of the snow-white monkey. The snow-white little monkey squinted its big eyes and cheered on his shoulder. Lin Xian didn't delay. His body flashed and rushed towards the green sword shadow in the void. Brat, how dare you? Jade-Faced Playboy, who was still in the sea of bugs, was furious. The scene just now made him vomit blood. He tried his best, but couldn't take a step forward. However, Lin Xian could easily enter. Jade-Faced Playboy looked up to the sky and roared. The Wind Shadow Sword was the evil king's sword. Although it wasn't his main goal, he didn't want to miss it. His body emitted endless light. Jade-faced, Playboy quickly absorbed the heaven and earth spiritual chi. The surrounding peach blossom concept became stronger and stronger. Finally, it formed a peach blossom storm. However, even more black bugs pounced on him and constantly gnawed at everything around him. Holes appeared in his peach blossom concept. Some of the petals were eaten by the bugs. Caw-caw! His protective barrier was bitten through, revealing fist-sized holes. Countless bugs drilled in. Jade-faced Playboy was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare stay any longer. His body turned into a pink beam and quickly ran outside. At the same time, he pushed his peach blossom concept to the extreme, sending all the nearby bugs flying. In the end, he managed to escape. Jade-faced Playboy's hair was disheveled. There were many holes on his body. He was in a sorry state. "Senior brother, are you okay?" The green-clothed girl hiding in the distance ran over. Jade-faced Playboy didn't answer. His eyes were like divine spears, looking at the cyan shadow in the void. When he saw Lin Xian step into the cyan sword shadow, he angrily looked up to the sky and roared. The spiritual chi in his body vibrated, forming a strong impact. "Ah, little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Jade-faced Playboy roared in exasperation. The cyan sword shadow was so close to him, but he couldn't get in. On the contrary, that hateful little bastard walked in without any effort. He couldn't accept it. After Lin Xian entered, the sea of bugs in the sky quickly disappeared into the cyan sword shadow. Buzz! The cyan sword shadow completely disappeared from the sky. "Senior brother, what should we do?" The green-clothed girl asked anxiously. "Why don't we wait here for that guy to come out? Then we can kill him and take the Wind Shadow Sword." "No, since the Wind Shadow Sword has been opened, the other 3 treasures should also be opened. Even if he enters the sealed place, he may not be able to get the Wind Shadow Sword. Why don't we go to other places first and get that treasure first? As long as that guy hasn't come out of the Evil King's tomb, we will have a chance to kill him," Jade-faced Playboy said in a low voice. His original goal wasn't the Wind Shadow Sword, but the other treasure. As long as he got that treasure, even if Lin Xian got the Wind Shadow Sword, he was confident that he could kill him. "Okay, let's listen to Senior Brother," the green-clothed girl said. The 2 figures flashed and quickly left the grotto. Not long after the 2 left, a withered figure, like a zombie, came out of the darkness. This person was Violent Tiger, who had used the Blood Devil fusion technique. Chapter 410. He looked at the inside of the cave and sneered. "If I can get the Wind Shadow Sword, I won't need to be afraid of spirit, transformation realm warriors anymore." Then his body flashed, and he hit again. This tiger burst was waiting for Lin Xian to come out so that he could get the Wind Shadow Sword. After Lin Xian entered the green sword shadow, he came to a strange place. It was a valley not very big. He could see the end of it with a glance. In the middle of the valley, there was a giant tree. Around the tree, there were dozens of big green birds. Each of them was 30 meters long. These big green birds had crystal clear feathers. Their dark green tails were 3 meters long. When they flapped their wings, they created gusts of wind. The gusts of wind condensed into small tornadoes, whistling in the valley. Under the giant tree, there was a green sword. It looked simple like a green jade. Wind Shadow Sword. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He came to the Evil King's tomb to find the Wind Shadow Sword. Now, the sword was right in front of him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian looked around cautiously. He found that the only trouble was these green demonic birds. The green tornadoes created by these birds contained a terrifying killing power. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior wouldn't dare to touch these tornadoes. Fortunately, he only needed to avoid these tornadoes and the birds. Although it wasn't easy, Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. He had also comprehended the concept of wind, so it wasn't too difficult. Using the dragon reverse step, his body flew out like a ghost. At the same time, he circulated the concept of wind. His whole body seemed to have merged with the wind, quickly avoiding the green tornadoes. As soon as he got close to the giant tree, all the green birds turned around and stared at him with their cold eyes. Flapping their wings, these green birds created tornadoes that swept in all directions. Moreover, these tornadoes had a suction force that could suck everything in. In a flash, Lin Xian felt at least 3 or 4 suction forces pulling his body. Slash! The absolute star sword in his hand danced, and the great dragon's sword will gushed out, instantly cutting off this inexplicable power. With a leap, Lin Xian arrived at a safe place and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this whirlwind was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He wondered if the whirlwind would disappear if he killed these strange birds. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Soon he gave up on this idea. This was because if one of the blue birds was killed, the others would immediately go berserk. This valley was not big. If they were surrounded, it would be difficult to get out. It seemed like he could only rely on his movement technique. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He could use this opportunity to comprehend the concept of wind. Lin Xian's black cloak fluttered as he moved again. A green air current flashed under his feet, and he flew out like a gust of wind. This time he used the concept of wind to the limit and quickly sensed the direction of the tornadoes. This process was very difficult, and he could not afford any mistakes. If the distance was not right, he would be pulled in by the suction force. As powerful as he was, he could only use his sword to cut off the suction force. Once there were more than 5 suction forces, he would be powerless. However, everything was going smoothly, and he had already covered half of the distance. At this moment, a black shadow enveloped him. Not only Lin Xian, but a large black shadow appeared on the ground of the entire valley. He suddenly raised his head and saw a huge body slowly descending from above the valley. It was an extremely large blue bird. Its body was hundreds of meters long, and its flapping wings created a fierce wind. The air current was like a huge mountain, making people's bodies tremble. It was unbearable. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. This ancient aura was even above the spirit transformation realm. It was unbearable for him. Instantly, he retreated like a sword and retreated to a safe area. Standing at the edge of the valley, Lin Xian looked at the towering tree in horror. He saw the 100-meter-long blue bird land on the towering tree. It folded its wings, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Under the giant tree, the blue jade sword emitted a faint light. Damn it! This giant tree is the nest of the ghost bird. Lin Xian was anxious and cursed in a low voice. In the current situation, he could only wait patiently. Gradually, he discovered the uniqueness of this valley. The strange bird on the giant tree was emitting a blue aura. It could manipulate the air around it with every breath. The entire valley was filled with a strange aura. Is this the concept of wind? Lin Xian's expression became very strange. He looked in front of him in surprise and silently experienced it. Yes, it is the concept of wind. In the end, he sighed. The concept of wind that emerged from the strange blue bird was very skillful, far beyond what he had comprehended. It was hard to believe that a blue bird could have such a profound concept. However, Lin Xian did not have a trace of annoyance. His eyes flashed as he fully comprehended the concept. His concept of wind was not perfect. He had only scratched the surface. Now, in this valley, he seemed to have a new understanding. Sitting down cross-legged, Lin Xian ignored everything else and began to comprehend with all his might. Time passed slowly. After a while, the blue bird woke up and left. However, Lin Xian did not make any movements. He was already immersed in a mysterious realm. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The aura on his body was very mysterious. It had improved by a lot. This was a good place. Lin Xian's lips curled up. His concept of wind had improved by a lot. Let's test my speed. Lin Xian stood up and rushed to the giant tree in the center. The strange blue birds began to attack. However, this time, Lin Xian dodged very quickly. He was not in a sorry state like before. It seemed that this was the effect of his newly comprehended concept of wind. Without much effort, Lin Xian successfully arrived under the giant tree. Looking at the blue, jade-like treasure sword, Lin Xian did not make a move, because he still wanted to comprehend. If he pulled out the treasure sword, he did not know what would happen. Retreating rapidly, Lin Xian came to the edge of the valley again and sat down cross-legged. Before long, the blue bird returned to its nest. Lin Xian sensed that aura and became excited. In the next few days, his concept of wind finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. At this moment, Lin Xian felt very mysterious. He seemed to be able to control the air around him and use it for his own use. The division of realms was very vague. However, it was generally recognized as minor accomplishment, large accomplishment, and perfection. Now, Lin Xian's concept of wind was at minor accomplishment. It would be difficult to improve again in a short time. It's time to leave. Lin Xian took a deep breath. After waiting for the blue bird to leave the valley, he quickly arrived in front of the giant tree. With strength in his palm, Lin Xian held the blue, jade-like treasure sword and suddenly pulled it out. The ground trembled and the wind shadow sword left the ground. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the valley, turning into countless blue sword chi that swept in all directions. So strong! Lin Xian felt this energy and was shocked. Chapter 411. The grade of the wind shadow sword was probably even higher than the star of extinction sword. Could it be a high-grade spiritual treasure? Lin Xian was excited. However, before he could take a closer look, the wind shadow sword vibrated and emitted a green sword aura. It cut through the void and sent Lin Xian out. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Cave. Lin Xian had been in the green sword shadow for 7 days. The stone cave had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. In the dark, Bao Hu was getting impatient and was about to leave. At that moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air in the depths of the stone cave. The fluctuation became more and more intense until it spread in all directions like boiling water. Is he coming out? Bao Hu stopped and looked at the void with cruel eyes. In the void, a sword light flashed, followed by the appearance of a black figure. This figure was Lin Xian. He was brought out of the mysterious valley by the wind shadow sword. Gently landing on the ground, Lin Xian stroked the wind shadow sword and revealed a satisfied smile. It was a high-grade spiritual treasure, 1 grade higher than the Star of Extinction sword. This kind of treasure was not common in the Dragon Star Kingdom. Even many spirit transformation realm warriors could not have a high-grade spiritual treasure. This was enough to show how precious it was. It seems that I can't use the wind shadow sword unless I have no other choice, Lin Xian thought. After all, if he did not have enough strength to intimidate everyone, he could be targeted by spirit transformation realm warriors. This was not a situation he wanted to see. I've got the treasure sword. I wonder if there are any other treasures in the tomb? Lin Xian did not plan to leave immediately. He was here to train and increase his cultivation. If there were other treasures, he would not mind taking them all. He took out the black scabbard and slowly inserted the wind shadow sword. Clang! The green, jade-like sword entered the black scabbard. It was perfect. The black scabbard was simple and unadorned. There were 2 treasured swords in it. It was as if they were born like this. A scabbard with 2 swords. It is indeed a treasure. Lin Xian laughed. It was time to leave the stone cave. With a light tap of his feet, he quickly ran out of the cave. However, at this moment, 2 sinister attacks quickly rushed towards the back of his heart and head. The 2 attacks were extremely sinister and swift. By the time Lin Xian reacted, the 2 attacks were already behind him. If they had not entered the mysterious valley, these two attacks would have severely injured Lin Xian. But now his concept of wind had reached small success, which was a great improvement compared to before. Moreover, he could control the flow of air around him. The air currents in the void swirled as if they were being distorted. They quickly formed a strange arc behind him, blocking the two vicious attacks. At the same time, his body flickered and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two streaks of blood-red light flew past, and a terrifying wound appeared on the wall. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already arrived at another location. Who is it? Come out. He searched his surroundings with his soul and quickly locked onto the direction of the attack. The star sword was unsheathed, and the terrifying sword Qi blasted the side. A figure walked out from the side of the ruins, like a mummy. Kid, I didn't expect your luck to be so good, but today will be the day you die. The mummy stared at the black scabbard in Lin Xian's hand, revealing a greedy gaze. Two spiritual treasures, and one of them is a high-grade spiritual treasure. This is a great harvest. The mummy laughed maniacally. Who are you? Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the mummy in front of him. He felt like he had seen this person before. Although the aura was covered by the blood qi, it was very familiar. It's you. You're not dead. Lin Xian exclaimed. He finally remembered this person. The second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, Bao Hu. Of course I'm not dead. How could a little thief like you kill me? Today, I will break your bones one by one and let you taste the most painful torture in the world. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Bao Hu's voice was hoarse as if it came from hell. Humph! I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Xian sneered. I don't know what method you used to come back to life, but if I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Twice? Ha ha! Bao Hu laughed maniacally. His aura swept out like a flood. My current cultivation has surpassed the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. I have reached the limit of the harmonious spirit realm. No one below the spirit transformation realm can kill me. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Is that so? I just got a treasure sword. You're the perfect sacrifice. Lin Xian was not afraid. He put away the star extinction sword and held the wind shadow sword. Kid, go to hell. Bao Hu shouted angrily. His body rose from the ground and rushed towards Lin Xian. Above his palms, endless blood qi was like a bloodless sea, emitting a terrifying aura. Wind Slayer. The wind shadow sword was unsheathed and drew an arc in the air. With this sword, the wind in the air seemed to have been slashed apart and quickly scattered to the sides. It was as if the space was forcibly torn apart by someone. The sea of blood that filled the sky was split into two from the middle, forcibly torn apart. The wind shadow sword danced, and the terrifying sword Qi rushed towards Bao Hu. Impossible! Bao Hu was shocked and screamed. The attack just now had exceeded his original power. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to escape death. However, this terrifying attack was split apart by Lin Xian's sword. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Bao Hu was furious. This was completely different from what he had expected. He thought that with his peak harmonious spirit realm cultivation, killing Lin Xian would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, he felt that Lin Xian's strength had far surpassed his. Impossible! This must be an illusion. Blood devil galloping wave. Bao Hu roared. Endless blood light fell from the sky as if it was rushing out from hell. The sea of blood and the mountain of bones surrounded him and rushed towards Lin Xian with monstrous blood qi. Let's end this, Wind Emperor's sword. The wind shadow sword stabbed out. The wind concept and the great dragon sword intent perfectly merged together. The sword light flashed and the horrifying scene disappeared. Bao Hu's body was still rushing forward at high speed. When the dazzling sword light passed through his body, He still had a frightened expression on his face. His body was slightly trembling. Asterisk, gulp, asterisk, a head suddenly flew up from his running body and rushed towards the sky. Asterisk, puff, asterisk, the head exploded in the sky. One sword, with only one sword, Lin Xian killed Bao Hu, who was at the peak harmonious spirit realm. It seems like the small success of the wind concept has greatly increased my strength. Lin Xian was happy. He had a general understanding of his own strength. With his current strength, even if he met Jade-Faced Playboy again, he would still have the strength to fight. Jade-Faced Playboy, I hope you don't meet me. Otherwise, I will let you know the power of a swordsman. Lin Xian snorted. Previously, Jade-Faced Playboy relied on his powerful cultivation to kill and rob. Fortunately, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xian would definitely take revenge for this. His body swayed and turned into a green sword light, quickly leaving the grotto. Chapter 412. After leaving the grotto, Lin Xian stopped. Little White, where are we going this time? He turned around and asked. The little white monkey was like a little charlatan. It continued to perform divination and then pointed in a direction and shouted cheerfully, "Oh, I'll listen to you." Lin Xian smiled and ran in that direction. Not long after the wind shadow sword appeared in the evil king's tomb. Strange phenomena appeared in other places. There was one place where there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. Of course, it was the jade-faced playboy and the green-clothed girl. They were fighting against a girl in a white dress. Her whole body was hazy, like moonlight covering her body. This girl was only at the late stage of the harmonious spirit realm, but her attack was very strange. It was similar to Lin Xian's soul attack. Relying on this strange attack, the girl in white was able to deal with the jade-faced playboy and the green-clothed girl. However, even so, her situation was getting more and more dangerous. Little bitch, you actually got that thing. If you know what's good for you, take it out quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer. The jade-faced playboy snorted. While speaking, he continuously threw out 3 palms. Each palm contained a terrifying force. Even the void couldn't withstand this force and exploded. The hazy moonlight on the girl in white dress rippled and formed a protection to resist this force. Humph! Treasures belong to those who are destined to get them. If you want the treasure, then it depends on your ability. The voice was unusually cold. However, in the next moment, it became very strange. Look, your junior sister is sneakily attacking you. The girl in white dress's voice floated in the air as if it had endless magic. The jade-faced playboy frowned. Suddenly, he felt the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He quickly turned his head and found the green-clothed girl beside him was slashing at him with her sword. Bitch, you are courting death. The jade-faced playboy was furious. He quickly waved the folding fan in his hand. An unstoppable and violent force gushed out and instantly collided with the long sword, sending the green-robed woman flying. Puff! The green-clothed girl was sent flying and vomited blood. She trembled and shouted, "Senior brother, why did you attack me?" Damn it! The jade-faced playboy's body slightly shook and he suddenly woke up. Damn it! I've fallen into an illusion. His face became extremely ugly, and his body flashed to the side of the green-clothed woman. Taking out 2 medicinal pills, jade-faced playboy had the green-clothed woman take them. Just now, I was affected by that slut's illusion, so I attacked you. Junior sister, you're also an illusionist. Can you help me stall her? Hearing this, the woman in green nodded. Then, she slowly stood up with a dazzling light in her eyes. A strange green light appeared in his eyes, pulsating rapidly like the fire of the underworld. A strange and unpredictable soul power gushed out, enveloping the white-robed woman. At the same time, jade-faced playboy struck out the peach blossom artistic conception, which covered an area of 10 feet. Humph! The woman in white seemed to know how powerful it was and didn't dare to take it head on. Runes floated out of her eyes and blocked the green light. Then she ran backward. Peach Blossom Chi. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan, and the peach blossoms in the sky rotated. Countless pink mist floated out of the petals. The woman in white could not resist the suction and inhaled a little. Immediately, her body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! You've inhaled my peach blossom chi. Let's see how you can escape. Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. Little beauty, I'll let you have your fill in a moment. The peach blossom chi had an evil power. The woman in white felt powerless, as if there were flames burning on her body. An abnormal pink color appeared on her face, and even some illusions appeared in front of her eyes. Fortunately, the woman in white was also an illusionist. Her soul power was extremely strong, so she could temporarily stay awake. Looking at jade-faced playboy, who was slowly walking toward her, the woman in white clenched her teeth. She turned her hand and took out a fist-sized stone bead. The stone bead had a strange shape like an eyeball. After taking out the stone eyeball, the woman in white fully activated her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead emitted a simple light. The eyeball in the center seemed to pulsate. A heart-palpitating power gushed out of the stone bead, diffusing between the heaven and the earth. This power had already surpassed a warrior of the spirit transformation realm. Jade-faced playboy's body stiffened, and he felt a heart-palpitating pressure. Oh no! His face changed greatly, and he stared at the stone eyeball in horror. His face revealed a look of fear and greed. Senior brother, is this the eyeball that Master left behind? The woman in green exclaimed. Little bitch, quickly hand over the eyeball, or I'll let you know how powerful I am. Jade-faced playboy shouted. The stone eyeball was very powerful, so he didn't dare to move forward. He could only wait for the woman in white's peach blossom chi to take effect. If you want the stone bead, you'll have to kill me. The woman in white clenched her teeth and said, Humph, you've been hit by my peach blossom chi. Let's see how long you can last. Jade-faced playboy laughed evilly. Hand over the stone bead. After I'm done, maybe I'll let you go. Go to hell. The woman in white said hatefully. Senior brother, you haven't even seen her yet. Why are you so impatient? The demonic woman in green said, Let me help you. Then she waved her hand and shot out a green light, which quickly bombarded the hazy moonlight outside the woman in white clouds. Suddenly there was a surge in the air. The hazy moonlight was torn apart, revealing the woman in white's true face. Haha, I didn't expect her to be such a beauty. Seeing the woman in white's face, jade-faced playboy showed a satisfied smile. The woman in green, next to him, also showed a jealous expression. Senior brother, why don't you give her to me? I promise I'll train her into a qualified slave. With junior sister's help, I'll naturally rest assured. Jade-faced playboy smiled evilly. The two of them spoke lewdly, treating the woman in white as a lamb to be slaughtered. The woman in white's face flushed. She didn't want to fall into their hands, even if she died. When she was ready to launch a desperate attack, there was suddenly a brilliant sword light in the sky. Seeing the sword light, the woman in white showed a hopeful expression. She used all her strength to shout, Lin Xian, help me! Lin Xian, hearing this, jade-faced playboy and the demonic woman in green both looked at the sky. The dazzling sword light in the sky abruptly came to a halt. The man in the sword light was Lin Xian. He heard someone shouting and looked down. When he saw the scene below, he suddenly stopped. The two people below were his enemies, jade-faced playboy. The one who shouted was Zhao Shui, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Zhao Shui's state, Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. Damn it, how dare you hurt Zhao Shui? Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly descended from the sky. Whoosh! Endless wind rushed and blew the gravel on the ground. The sword light disappeared and Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Shui. "How is it?" he asked anxiously. At the same time, he used his soul power to sense. "Take me away quickly." Zhao Shui's eyes were blurred and she said weakly, "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious. He didn't expect that the person called Lin Xian was the thief he hated to the core. Chapter 413. Not only did this brat ruin his chance to obtain the Wind Shadow Sword, he even ignored him. As a spirit transformation realm warrior, how could Jade-faced Playboy endure this? "You want to leave?" "How naive." Jade-faced Playboy sneered. "Both of you, don't even think about leaving here alive. I don't have time to fight with you now. Get lost." Lin Xian said in a domineering tone. "Brat, you're courting death." Jade-faced Playboy was furious. His aura surged and countless peach blossoms spun around him at high speed, emitting a terrifying aura. Who was he? He was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Even warriors of the same level wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. But now Harmonious Spirit, brat, dared to tell him to get lost? "You're just an early Harmonious Spirit, brat. How dare you talk big like this?" Jade-faced Playboy was furious. "You've ruined my plans time and time again. I'm going to skin you alive and torture you for 100 days before chopping you into pieces." His voice was extremely vicious. Every word he said made the void tremble. In the end, the peach blossoms formed a huge pink folding fan, fluttering in the air. Lin Xian run. Zhao Shui gasped for breath. He's a spirit transformation realm warrior. "You can't defeat him. Don't fight him head on." "Don't worry, he's just a piece of trash who only knows how to use underhanded means. I can handle him." Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "You can handle him?" Jade-faced Playboy's tone was ferocious. "If it wasn't for those insects, you would have died." "How dare you talk big here? Let's see who can save you now." Jade-faced Playboy stretched out his palm. A huge glass-like hand appeared in the air. There were countless lines on it, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Cut!" Lin Xian shouted. The Wind Shadow Sword was quickly unsheathed, drawing a sword light in the air. Boom! The air was sucked dry. Endless wind spread to both sides. The Wind Shadow Sword was as fast as the wind, colliding with a huge glass-like hand. The two collided, causing an explosion of energy that rolled in all directions. The huge glass-like hand trembled and deviated from its original direction, piercing through the ground nearby. Lin Xian, on the other hand, suddenly took 3 steps back, each step causing the ground to crack. "What? That's impossible." The woman in green beside him screamed as if she had seen a ghost. "He blocked it?" Zhao Shui, who was behind him, was also surprised. Lin Xian had actually managed to block that palm strike. He didn't rely on his movement technique to dodge it, but had actually blocked it. How is this possible? That's an attack from a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Could it be that he's hiding his cultivation level? The green-robed woman's eyes darted around. However, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the early Harmonious Spirit realm. Beside him, Jade-faced Playboy was silent, and his face was very ugly. He didn't think that Lin Xian could block his attack, but such a thing really happened. Jade-faced Playboy stared at Lin Xian. When he saw the green jade sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Wind Shadow Sword, you actually got the Wind Shadow Sword." Jade-faced Playboy cried out involuntarily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph! What spirit transformation realm cultivator? In my opinion, it's just S.O. Lin Xian said disdainfully. He helped Zhao Shui up and prepared to leave. "It's worthy of being called the Wind Shadow Sword. It can actually allow an early Harmonious Spirit realm cultivator to display the strength of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. If I get it, I will be invincible under the spirit detecting realm." Jade-faced Playboy's heart was burning with passion. Kid, I have to thank you this time. I originally thought that I had no fate with the Wind Shadow Sword. I didn't expect you to send it to me. Jade-faced Playboy laughed wildly. Self-righteous. Lin Xian sneered. I will personally take your dog life another day. Lin Xian saw that Zhao Xue's condition wasn't good, so he didn't want to continue fighting. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jade-faced Playboy. Let's go. Carrying Zhao Xue with one hand, Lin Xian used the dragon rebel steps and soared into the sky. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Stay. Jade-faced Playboy soared into the sky. Countless pink peach blossoms appeared around him, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Xian and Zhao Xue were two fat sheep in his eyes. How could he let them go? Wisps of pink aura floated out from the peach blossoms and quickly filled the space. Oh no, this is the aura of the peach blossoms. Don't breathe it in. Zhao Xue tried her best to suppress the aura of the peach blossoms in her body while reminding Lin Xian. Returning wind, whisking willow sword. Rays of sword radiance surrounded Lin Xian and Zhao Xue. They spun rapidly and formed an impact force. The willow-like sword aura enveloped the two of them and soared into the sky quickly, sweeping away the aura of the peach blossoms in the surroundings. Moon break. Lin Xian slashed out the crescent moon sword aura. Combining the dragon sword will and the wind essence, he tore a crack in the peach blossoms. Jade-faced Playboy, the next time we meet, I will take your dog life. Lin Xian's voice came from the sky and spread out. His body flew rapidly into the sky. Damn it! Jade-faced Playboy attacked frantically. However, Lin Xian's speed was beyond his imagination. He disappeared into the sky in an instant. Ah! Jade-faced Playboy was furious. The peach blossoms in the sky danced and emitted a terrifying aura, destroying everything in the surroundings. However, even so, it was still difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. Stone Pearl Wind Shadow Sword. Jade-faced Playboy clenched his fist. He originally thought that Lin Xian would not be able to get the Wind Shadow Sword since he came out of the grotto so early. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian not only got the Wind Shadow Sword, but also increased his strength greatly. In the past, Lin Xian could not even resist his attacks. However, this time, he was able to fight him head-on. He even broke his peach blossoms with ease. If this news were to spread, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. There was a huge gap between the spirit transformation realm and the harmonious spirit realm. Very few people could fight across realms. However, not only did Lin Xian do it, but he also looked very relaxed. This kind of performance was too heaven-defying. This brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Jade-faced Playboy felt uneasy. If Lin Xian was allowed to continue growing, it was very likely that he would be killed by Lin Xian in the future. Only by eliminating Lin Xian could he live in peace. Senior, what should we do now? The girl in green was so scared that her face turned pale. She did not have any ideas. We must find the inheritance left by Master. As long as we get the inheritance crystal, I will not be afraid of anyone. Jade-faced Playboy took a deep breath. The two of them began to search among the surrounding stone statues. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Zhao Xue to a safe place. How are you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Hot, so hot. Zhao Xue's eyes were blurred and she began to tear her clothes. Don't move. I will help you expel the poison. Lin Xian controlled Zhao Xue and quickly activated the Great Dragon Sword Will. Traces of the Great Dragon Sword Will entered Zhao Xue's body and quickly destroyed the peach blossom chi in her body. The peach blossom chi was very insidious. It could make people burn and lose their minds. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Will and could destroy everything. Previously, he could even destroy the immortal fire, not to mention the peach blossom chi. Soon, Zhao Shue's face returned to normal, but her body was still weak. Glancing at Lin Xian, who was helping her expel the poison, Zhao Shue's cheeks flushed red again. Why is your face red again? Is there still residual poison? Lin Xian frowned. Chapter 414. You be *starred. Zhao Shui rolled her eyes at him and gritted her teeth. Don't you have any common sense? You have to use your body to detoxify the poison. Am I that unattractive? Lin Xian was speechless. Seeing Lin Xian's defeated look, Zhao Shui laughed until she bent over. She regained her charming look and lifted Lin Xian's chin with one hand. Little brother, I still have some residual poison. Why don't you take a look at me? You. Lin Xian slapped Zhao Shui's fingers away and pinched her little face. Don't come to such a dangerous place alone. Tell me, why are you here? Lin Xian said and handed her a cup of spirit wine. Zhao Shui blinked her eyes playfully. I wanted to ask you the same thing. This is the tomb of the King of Evil. Why are you here? Also, when did you become so strong? You can actually fight against a warrior of the spiritual transformation realm. Zhao Shui stared at Lin Xian curiously. I'm here for this. Lin Xian pointed at the wind shadow sword in his hand. I'm also here to look for the stone eyeball. Zhao Shui took out the stone eyeball and said slowly, This stone eyeball is a pair. It originally belonged to the King of Evil. Later on, one of them was lost outside and I found it. Now, I want to find the other one. If I can find it, my martial arts can be completed. I see. This also belongs to the King of Evil. This King of Evil is really mysterious. Lin Xian was enlightened. He had also cultivated the stone eyeball before. However, his cultivation was modified by Lord Alcohol. Do you need my help? Lin Xian asked. Of course. Zhao Shui smiled slyly. Without you, how can I defeat the jade-faced playboy? Lin Xian smiled. Okay, when you recover, we'll set off. Half a day later, Zhao Shui recovered. The two turned into rays of light and rushed into the sky. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Statue Complex. At this moment, the surroundings of the stone statue had already changed. Trenches appeared around it, as if an underground palace had been opened. Underground there was a huge mausoleum. It was very majestic. At this moment, Jade-faced Playboy and the green-clothed woman were busy around the mausoleum. The jade-faced Playboy held the jade slip in his hand and released an indescribable spiritual power. The green-clothed woman beside him was also assisting. It was very obvious that the two of them were breaking the restrictions around the mausoleum. After a long time, the two of them finally opened a gap. Suddenly, the aura of the tomb leaked out, bringing with it a monstrous pressure that swept out in all directions. Jade-faced Playboy waved his folding fan and split the violent aura apart. This was the aura of a spirit detecting realm expert. Although he was dead, he was still inviolable. However, the evil king was dead after all. Furthermore, as the disciple of the evil king, Jade-faced Playboy had a better understanding of these methods. Therefore, it did not take much effort for him to block this pressure. Looking at the crack that was torn open, Jade-faced Playboy and the green-clothed woman both smiled. What is recorded on the jade slip is indeed correct. As long as we follow this method, we will soon be able to enter the mausoleum and obtain the real treasure. The two of them worked even harder. Furthermore, as the restrictions were broken, some scattered items appeared on the ground around them. The evil king did not distinguish between good and evil in the past. He only did things according to his personal preferences. The number of treasures in his hands was definitely unimaginable. Junior sister, hurry up! Jade-faced Playboy said to the green-clothed woman beside him. The two of them continued to make gestures. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking air in the sky. A black-clothed young man and a white-clothed woman descended from the sky. They were like a celestial couple. "Kid, it's you again." Jade-faced playboy raised his head and looked at the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, the corners of his mouth raised into a cruel smile. When he saw Zhao Shui, he looked surprised. At this moment, Zhao Shui was not covered by the hazy moonlight. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure were all revealed. Moreover, within her frown and smile, there was endless temptation that made people unable to resist. Although jade-faced playboy had seen countless women, when he saw Zhao Shui, he still felt his blood boil, as if it was burning. This woman was simply of the highest quality in the world. The green-clothed woman beside him looked at Zhao Shui. Her eyes were filled with intense jealousy. Her appearance was also top-notch. However, when compared to Zhao Shui, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. "Ha ha ha ha. Little beauty, why did you take the initiative to come to me? Could it be that the little one cannot satisfy you?" Jade-faced playboy laughed sinisterly. "Kid, to be able to enjoy such a beauty before you die, it's not a loss for you." He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of ferocity on his face. "Originally, I wanted to let you live for a while longer. Since you have come to me, then don't blame me. I won't kill you. I will cripple you. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, I will properly asterisk this little beauty in front of you." "Ha ha." Jade-faced playboy laughed maniacally. The green-clothed woman beside him also revealed a cold smile. All the women who were fancied by jade-faced playboy could not escape. Moreover, their fates were very miserable. His enemies were even more tragic. They all died in endless despair. Therefore, from her point of view, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were already dead people. Lin Xian smiled. Although he did not have the confidence to kill Jade-faced playboy, it was also impossible for him to kill him. Ignoring Jade-faced playboy, Lin Xian looked at the tomb below. Suddenly his pupils shrank. His soul power was outstanding. Naturally, he could feel that this tomb was not ordinary. Could this be the tomb of the King of Evil? Zhao Shui was excited. That stone eyeball must be in the tomb of the King of Evil. However, in order to enter the tomb of the King of Evil, they must first eliminate Jade-faced playboy. Seeing that the two of them ignored him, Jade-faced playboy was extremely angry. Just as he was about to shout, something strange happened again. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. A blood-red light streaked across the sky and quickly descended, bringing with it an endless gale. Lin Xian and the others looked over. They saw a person in a blood-red robe that covered his entire body. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The aura was much stronger than that of Violent Tiger, who had turned into a mummy. Beside him there was a strange bird. Its entire body was red, and it had 3 heads. The 2 heads on both sides were unconscious. Only the head in the middle was very alert. 3-headed crimson blood bird. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had met the mysterious, strange person again. This person was the blood-robed man who had fought with Lin Xian not long ago in Blackfeather City. The 3-headed crimson blood bird looked around and put on a disdainful expression. However, when he saw the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder, he suddenly screamed. As an ancient species, he had never been defeated. However, not long ago, he was defeated by the snow-white monkey. This made him very angry. Now that he saw the snow-white monkey, his eyes were exceptionally red. "Kid, it's you," the blood-robed man said in a hoarse voice. His words were filled with endless murderous intent. "Since we have met here, it's a good opportunity to get rid of you. There's an expert here." The blood-robed man looked at Lin Xian and then stared at Jade-faced playboy. Chapter 415. Jade-faced playboy frowned. That glance just now made his heart palpitate. Needless to say, the other party was also a warrior in the spirit transformation realm, and his cultivation was even stronger than his. Damn it, when did this person come in? Jade-faced playboy was irritated. The blood-robed man had a serious expression. Although Jade-Faced Playboy's aura was weaker than his, as a warrior in the spirit transformation realm, none of them were easy to deal with. The two of them were on guard against each other, and Lin Xian was ignored. Lin Xian was also happy to see this. Although his strength was comparable to a warrior in the spirit transformation realm, if two warriors in the spirit transformation realm wanted to deal with him, he could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had a tempting item like the evil king would. Presumably, the two of them would not be able to work together. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xian quickly sized up the tomb below. Soon, Lin Xian sighed. The restriction outside was very complicated. Even with Lord Alcohol, he could not break it in a short period of time. At this moment, Jade-Faced Playboy suddenly smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, why don't we work together to break this restriction?" The blood-robed man was slightly stunned, and then nodded, "Sure." Firstly, he was not good at breaking restrictions. Secondly, with his cultivation, he was not afraid of Jade-Faced Playboy playing any tricks. Therefore, temporarily working together was the best choice. They actually worked together. Lin Xian sighed again. This was not good news for him. "Fellow Taoist, before we break the restriction, shouldn't we deal with this kid first?" Jade-Faced Playboy sneered and looked at Lin Xian. Seeing Jade-Faced Playboy's malicious smile, Lin Xian's gaze turned gloomy. He pulled Zhao Shui and quickly retreated, temporarily distancing themselves from the tomb. Now that he was facing two warriors in the spirit transformation realm, he could not contend against them at all. He could only retreat first. However, this did not mean that he had given up on the treasures in the tomb. "I'll let you live a little longer." Jade-Faced Playboy looked at the escaping Lin Xian and sneered. Now was not the time to deal with Lin Xian. The most important thing right now was to destroy the mausoleum. The crimson-robed man didn't chase after him. In his opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation was weak, and he could kill him with a wave of his hand. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. Soon, the two of them reached an agreement and began to work together to break the restriction. As for the distribution of the treasures, the two of them also had a reasonable plan. However, it was unknown whether this plan would be carried out in the end. Wait until I get the evil monarch's crystal. Let's see who can stop me." Jade-Faced Playboy sneered in his heart. The woman in green beside him also revealed a playful smile. As long as they could obtain the evil king's crystal, Jade-Faced Playboy's strength would increase greatly. At that time, it would not be impossible for them to kill the man in the red robe. Although the blood-robed man did not know what Jade-Faced Playboy was thinking, he had his own plans. His purpose in coming here was to find a powerful elemental energy source for the flock of 3 crimson bloodbirds. According to the information he received, there was such a source of energy in the Diablo's tomb. The restriction was quickly lifted, and Jade-Faced Playboy and the man in the red robe quickly took over the tomb. Soon, all the restrictions around them were lifted. However, the two of them didn't relax, and instead they focused on the tomb. There were also restrictions in the tomb, and they were more powerful than the ones outside. However, Jade-Faced Playboy had a jade slip, so the two of them could deal with it easily. After a while, the first layer of restriction was lifted, revealing the treasures inside. There were dozens of treasures, such as cultivation methods, weapons, elixirs, and so on. Among them, there was an inconspicuous stone bead. Jade-Faced Playboy saw the stone bead and was overjoyed. The stone bead looked exactly the same as Zhao Shui's stone bead, so it should be the same thing. He had seen the power of Zhao Shui's stone bead that day. However, Jade-Faced Playboy and the woman in green hid it well. Although the man in the red robe didn't know the magic of making stone eyeballs, the 3 crimson blood birds beside him showed an excited expression. He was shocked, and his eyes inadvertently swept over the stone bead. It must be something extraordinary to make the 3 crimson blood birds so excited. He probed slightly and found that the woman in green was acting strangely. Humph! The man in the red robe sneered and became vigilant. In the distance, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't leave. Instead, they watched every movement in the tomb anxiously. Fortunately, their soul power was strong, and they could see the situation in the tomb clearly. When the stone bead appeared, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, while Zhao Shui trembled. Her body swayed, and she was about to rush over. Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly and pulled her back. "If you go now, you'll be courting death." "But I can't just watch them take the stone bead away." Zhao Shui was anxious. "Lord Alcohol, is there a way?" Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. He didn't want such a treasure to fall into the hands of the two people either. "There are two ways. One is to let the girl activate the stone bead in her hand and see if there's a connection. Or you can try Xiao Bai's bowl," Lord Alcohol said through voice transmission. "Small bowl?" Lin Xian looked at the snow-white monkey in surprise. It still had the old bowl on its head. Although the snow-white monkey treated the bowl as a treasure, Lin Xian didn't find anything special about the bowl. "Forget it. Let's try the first method," Lin Xian thought. "Activate the stone bead and see if there's a connection," he said to Zhao Shui. Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded. She took out the stone bead and activated her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead in her hand emitted an ancient glow, and the eyeball in the middle seemed to move. Buzz! In the tomb, the stone bead also emitted a glow. It spun rapidly as if it was trying to break free from the restriction. This scene alarmed Jade-Faced Playboy and the man in the red robe. In an instant, the two of them released a shocking glow and their auras surged. The air rumbled as if two mountains had collided, causing the entire tomb to tremble. The girl in green quickly retreated to avoid the energy storm. Jade-Faced Playboy quickly used the peach blossom concept and pounced on the stone bead. The surrounding peach blossoms fell, forming a terrifying, murderous aura. "Humph!" The man in the red robe snorted. The blood aura around him vibrated, forming a sea of blood that clashed with the peach blossom concept. At the same time, the 3 crimson blood birds beside him pounced on the stone eyeball. Jade-Faced Playboy roared. He had seen the power of the eyeball before, and he wouldn't give it to his opponent. He waved the folding fan in his hand, and countless pink rays of light shone in the void, all of them attacking the 3 crimson blood birds. The 3 crimson blood birds screamed and spat out flames, forming a wall of fire that was 10 feet high in front of them. At the same time, he spat out a small ball of purple flames that carried terrifying heat, flying towards Jade-Faced Playboy. Peach blossom slash. The sky full of peach blossoms condensed, forming a huge folding fan that crashed down. The terrifying energy collided, and a storm swept in all directions. The two of them used all their strength to fight for the ancient stone bead. In the distance, Zhao Shui tried her best, but she couldn't break through the restriction. Wu Ji the Snow-White Monkey held the small bowl and swayed in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian thought of Lord Alcohol's words and asked, "You have a way?" Chapter 416. The little white monkey nodded and gestured with its paws. Zhao Shui was surprised. Lin Xian helplessly covered his face with his hands. This guy actually wanted to make a deal with him, and the deal was a top-grade spirit wine. In the past, many of Lin Xian's spirit wines were stolen by the little white monkey. Now, the little white monkey's taste had become picky. It disdained normal spirit wines. It wanted Lin Xian to make a special spirit wine for it. Lin Xian's forehead was full of black lines. This little white monkey was a charlatan and loved to drink. It was not like a monkey at all. "Okay, I agree," Lin Xian said helplessly. The little white monkey's eyes narrowed into crescents. It then took down the small bowl on its head and put it on the ground. Then it began to walk around the small bowl. Its paws kept gesturing, and an inexplicable aura surged out from its body. Suddenly, the shabby small bowl emitted a ray of light. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had suspicious looks on their faces as they waited quietly. In the tomb, the stone bead was being fought back and forth by the two masters of the spirit transformation realm. At this moment, black ripples suddenly appeared around the stone bead and quickly wrapped it up. The next moment, the stone bead flashed and disappeared. Jade-faced Playboy and the red-robed man were stunned. They quickly searched around the tomb, but found nothing. Impossible! How could the stone bead disappear into thin air? Someone must have secretly made a move. Jade-faced Playboy shouted angrily, "Could it be that guy?" Jade-faced Playboy frowned. The red-robed man was also suspicious. Both of them thought of Lin Xian. Impossible! How could that guy have such means? Both of them were very good at denying this idea. Is that a master of the spirit detecting realm? Jade-faced Playboy became vigilant. If he was a master of the spirit detecting realm, why would he be so sneaky? The red-robed man sneered. Both of them kept guessing, but neither of them was willing to leave. They gave up on the stone bead and fought for the remaining treasures. In the distance, in the stone forest, the little white monkey happily opened the small bowl and picked up a stone eyeball. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's eyes were wide open. Their expressions were very interesting. This is the stone bead. Zhao Shui's voice trembled. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes hard as well. This was too miraculous. But how did he get it? Zhao Shui was very confused. Zhao Shui was not the only one. Lin Xian was also staring at the broken bowl suspiciously. Then, under the unwilling gaze of the little white monkey, he picked up the small bowl and studied it carefully. However, he didn't find anything. Whoosh! The little white monkey snatched the small bowl and put it back on its head. This little bowl is so mysterious. It can actually seize treasures out of thin air. Lin Xian was excited. If that's the case, then wouldn't he be able to snatch treasures at will in the future? Dream on. Lord Alcohol snorted coldly. It's already not bad for that broken bowl to be able to produce 10 to 20% of its effects. What is this thing? Lin Xian was very curious. Have you heard of a treasure basin? A treasure basin that can gather all the treasures in the world. Lin Xian was shocked. That's something from the legends. This little bowl is a treasure basin. The corners of his mouth twitched. It shouldn't be a real treasure basin, but it's not far from it, said Lord Alcohol. If used properly, it can be very useful. Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. For example, this time he could easily seize the treasures in the tomb without even entering it. Lin Xian, thank you so much. Zhao Shui said with a smile. Then, she hugged the little white monkey and kissed it fiercely. Zhao Shui was overjoyed. The stone bead was too important to her. Now that she could obtain the stone bead, her future cultivation method would be complete. What do we do now? Do we leave? Zhao Shui asked. No hurry. Let's wait a little longer, Lin Xian said with a smile. Since Little White had a treasure basin, there was no reason for him to leave. According to his observations, there must be other treasures in the tomb. Then, Lin Xian kept a close eye on the situation in the tomb, while Zhao Shui began to comprehend the stone bead. Inside King Diablo's tomb, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man temporarily separated and frantically seized the treasures in the tomb. The two spirit transformation realm warriors were not interested in ordinary treasures. What they took were precious treasures. The remaining treasures were taken by the woman in green and the three-headed vermilion blood bird. However, there were still some treasures that were quietly disappearing. However, these treasures disappeared very stealthily. Coupled with everyone's eagerness to seize the treasures, no one noticed. The missing treasures were all in the little white monkey's bowl. Soon, Lin Xian obtained 5 to 6 treasures. As more and more treasures disappeared, the woman in green, and the three-headed vermilion-blood bird became vigilant. During this time, the woman in green grabbed a treasure. However, with a flash of black light, the treasure disappeared in front of her eyes. The three-headed vermilion-blood bird bit at a crystal core the size of a longan. However, before it could touch it, the crystal core had disappeared. "Who is it? Come out!" The woman in green screamed. This was not the first time, but she did not even see a shadow of the person. The treasures were stolen one after another, which attracted the attention of jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man. However, they did not find anything after several probing, so they could only give up. Whoosh! Jade-faced playboy's face darkened. His glazed hand grabbed the brocade bag in the distance. Buzz! With a flash of black light, the peach blossom brocade bag quickly disappeared. "Stay here!" The glazed hand suddenly fell and smashed the air, but it still could not stop it. "Who is it? Come out!" Jade-faced playboy roared angrily. The peach blossom brocade bag was compatible with his cultivation method. If he could get it, his strength would increase greatly. However, such a treasure had disappeared in front of his eyes. How could jade-faced playboy not be angry? His voice was like a wave, spreading in all directions. However, no matter how angry he was, the peach blossom brocade bag did not appear. In the distance, Lin Xian held the peach blossom brocade bag and smiled with satisfaction. This method was much more refreshing than entering the mausoleum to seize treasures. Moreover, this method could avoid some trouble without anyone knowing. "Hey, the restriction has been broken again." Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the mausoleum again. Inside the mausoleum, the blood-robed man and jade-faced playboy had been rushing all the way. They had broken through most of the restrictions and arrived at the center of the mausoleum. There was a pitch-black coffin emitting a faint pressure. On top of it, there was an irregular crystal stone floating slowly. The evil king's crystal. Jade-faced playboy looked excited. On the side, the three-headed vermilion-blood bird also chirped cheerfully. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out. The blood-robed man and jade-faced playboy burst out with powerful auras and collided with each other. "This belongs to the flowery sect. Get out of here!" Jade-faced playboy shouted angrily. The sky full of peach blossoms quickly revolved around him, forming a terrifying attack. "Humph! Treasures belong to those who are capable. Give this thing to me." The blood-robed man sneered. Behind him, the shadow of a bloody sea appeared. It was extremely terrifying. In the bloody sea, demonic beasts appeared one after another, their roars shaking the sky. The two of them fought, destroying everything around them. Fortunately, the black coffin buried a psychic elite. The pressure emitted by the coffin resisted the aftermath of the two people's energy, so the coffin was preserved. In the distance, Lin Xian stared at the evil king's mausoleum. His eyes revealed a shocking light. Chapter 417. He was no longer the ignorant youth from before. Over the years, he had learned all kinds of knowledge from Lord Alcohol, and his knowledge far exceeded what he had been in the past. The heretic king's crystal was clearly a treasure. It contained a terrifying amount of energy. Presumably, the heretic king had injected his power into it before he died, leaving it for his descendants. This kind of thing, if one could obtain it, would definitely allow one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. After all, it contained very pure spiritual energy. Naturally, Jade-faced Playboy knew about this as well. Furthermore, his ultimate goal in coming to the evil king's tomb was to obtain the evil king's crystal. If he could obtain the Diablo crystal, he might be able to break through to the spirit-detecting realm. At that time, he would be the overlord of the Dragon Star Kingdom. Thinking of this, Jade-faced Playboy's moves became even fiercer. His entire body's spiritual energy seemed to be burning. Peach blossoms danced in the sky, forming a terrifying attack. The blood-robed man also fought back with all his might. His cultivation was above jade-faced playboys, so he was very powerful. Moreover, he was determined to get the Fiend King's crystal. With the Diablo crystal, he could completely awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson blood bird. Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, the evil king's crystal suddenly shook violently, and black cracks appeared around it, quickly wrapping it up. Not good. Jade-faced Playboy's expression changed greatly. Thinking of the treasure that disappeared into thin air, he immediately became vigilant. Boom! Countless peach blossoms surged, enveloping everything in front of him. The crimson-robed man also condensed a series of blood arrows and pierced them toward the Diablo crystal. No matter what, they would not let the Diablo crystal disappear this time. Seeing that the evil king crystal was about to disappear, Rain-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man tried their best to stop it. However, the black ripple contained a mysterious power that quickly wrapped around the evil king's crystal and quickly disappeared. Ah! Jade-faced Playboy roared crazily, and his voice spread in all directions. The conception of peach blossom around him fluctuated and emitted a dazzling light, as if it was about to burn. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Jade-faced Playboy emitted endless murderous intent, which turned into streaks of cold light and pierced into the void. The crimson-robed man beside him also had a ferocious look on his face. The murderous aura around his body was churning as if it was going to devour him whole. The Diablo's crystal was something the three-headed crimson blood bird needed to awaken its second head. Now that it had been taken away, how could he not be angry? Who was the culprit? The two of them quickly sensed their surroundings. In the forest far away, the snow-white monkey opened its small bowl and took out a palm-sized transparent crystal, jumping happily. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and quickly put it away. Zhao Shui, who was standing at the side, was stunned. This little bowl was too amazing. Not only did it snatch her stone bead, it even snatched the diabolical crystal. He couldn't stay here for long. He had to leave quickly. Lin Xian knew that after the disappearance of the evil monarch crystal, the jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man would definitely be furious. If the two of them searched frantically, they would definitely discover them. Since that was the case, it was better to steal it now. Indeed, it was as Lin Xian had thought. After the evil monarch crystal disappeared, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man quickly searched for it. Their terrifying power directly shrouded the entire area. The two of them quickly discovered that something was amiss. It was that brat. He actually didn't leave. After Jade-faced Playboy and blood-robed man detected the existence of Lin Xian, their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Could it be that this brat really understood ghosts? Although the two of them didn't believe it, there was only Lin Xian and his group of suspicious people around. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. In addition, Lin Xian was originally the person they wanted to kill, so the two of them didn't hesitate. Two powerful auras approached at lightning speed. Not good, run. Lin Xian sensed the two auras, and his face changed greatly. He and Zhao Shui quickly fled into the distance. Brat, hand over the treasure. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this world. Jade-faced Playboy roared crazily. The evil monarch crystal was his hope of dominating the area. This time he came to the evil monarch tomb and placed all his hopes on it. However, when he was about to obtain the evil monarch crystal, it was snatched away by someone. This feeling was worse than killing him. Brat, did you take the crystal or not? Blood-robed man also shouted in a deep voice. Beside him, the three crimson blood birds let out anxious cries. Their eyes were directly fixed on Lin Xian. Humph. Yes, I took it. You too, trash. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Although Lin Xian was running for his life, he was very happy. To be able to snatch such a precious treasure from the hands of two enemies, the feeling was too good. Brett, it was really you. Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with regret. If he had killed Lin Xian back then, this wouldn't have happened. When I catch you, I will pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. I will let you taste all the torture in the world. Jade-faced Playboy roared crazily. Are you threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. I will refine it now. After saying that, he took out the crystal-clear, evil monarch crystal, held it in his hand, and activated it with all his strength. Buzz! The air trembled. Traces of white gas gushed out from the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. What a pure power! Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. He could feel that this spiritual power was not inferior to the power produced by the art of longevity at all. Moreover, this power would not be rejected by his body at all. As long as he absorbed it with all his strength, it would be fine. It was indeed a peerless treasure. No wonder those two people were so crazy. Lin Xian could not help but hold the evil monarch crystal tightly. This kind of thing was extremely precious, not to mention Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. Even a martial artist in the spirit-detecting realm would find it difficult to resist this temptation. After all, the evil monarch's cultivation was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His strength was so strong that almost no one could stop him. The inheritance that he left behind would definitely make everyone's eyes red with envy. When Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man saw that Lin Xian dared to refine the energy in the evil monarch crystal in front of them, their lungs were about to explode. The spiritual power in their bodies boiled and almost burst into flames. Today, even if I have to risk damaging my own origin, I will catch you. Jade-faced Playboy went completely crazy. The peach blossom conception around him bloomed with dazzling light. Traces of pink mist entered Jade-faced Playboy's body. Suddenly, the aura of Jade-faced Playboy skyrocketed. His speed also rapidly increased. Boom! The air behind him exploded. Jade-faced Playboy exploded in an instant and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The blood-robed man was not willing to fall behind. The blood waves behind him slapped and merged with his body. He turned into a bloody red light and rushed towards Lin Xian. This speed made Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's expressions change. It should be known that their speed was already fast enough. Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man could not catch up for a while. However, martial artists in the spirit-transforming realm were really crazy. Their speed of improvement instantly surpassed Lin Xian's. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian seemed to be able to feel the terrifying aura behind him. Blood sacrifice cloak. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and used a secret technique. His body turned into a bloody light and instantly appeared far away. After appearing, Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The two did not stop and continued to escape into the distance. During this process, Lin Xian absorbed the energy in the evil monarch crystal even more crazily. Chapter 418. What? This kid also has a secret technique. Jade-faced Playboy was alarmed and furious when he saw Lin Xian widen the distance between them once again. After fusing with the peach blossom concept, his speed surpassed most spirit transformation realm warriors. Even so, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Xian. Damn it, this kid has too many secrets. I must kill him. The blood-robed man's eyes glowed. It wasn't just the evil monarch crystal. If he could kill Lin Xian, then all the treasures on Lin Xian would be his. When the time came, he might be able to awaken all 3 heads of the 3-headed vermilion blood bird. Once all 3 heads were fully awakened, his mission would be completed. He would then be able to leave the Tianan region and return to his family. Thinking of this, the blood-robed man became excited. He used his full strength to unleash the monstrous sea of blood and increased his speed with the 3-headed vermilion blood bird. Lin Xian was absorbing the energy within the evil monarch crystal with all his might when an ethereal voice suddenly entered his mind. Fated one, congratulations on obtaining my crystal. If you can fulfill my last wish, you will receive all my inheritance." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. He then looked at the evil monarch crystal in his hand with vigilance. Is the evil monarch still alive? Lin Xian was alarmed. He died a long time ago. This should be a spiritual imprint he left behind, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Upon hearing Lord Alcohol's answer, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If the evil monarch was still alive, he wouldn't hesitate to throw away the evil monarch crystal in his hand. Thankfully, this was only a spiritual imprint left behind by the evil monarch. No matter who it was, as long as they obtained the evil monarch crystal and absorbed the energy within, they would trigger the spiritual will. Last wish? What last wish? Lin Xian maintained his high speed as he asked in puzzlement, "Send my corpse back to my hometown." The evil monarch's voice was filled with exhaustion. "If you can do it, I will impart everything I have learned in my life to you. If you can't, then put down the crystal and wait for the next fated person. Don't doubt my ability. If you absorb more energy without my approval, it will cause an explosion. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to survive that kind of attack." Motherf asterisk her, what a lunatic! Lin Xian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he asked with a voice transmission, "Lord Alcohol, is this true?" Indeed, Lord Alcohol nodded. "If you really can't do it, just throw this heretic monarch crystal away." Xian's heart thumped when he heard that. This damned evil king is indeed abnormal. He actually used such a method. If he did not agree, then he would not be able to obtain a trace of energy from the crystal. If that was the case, the crystal would become a useless rock. Not only that, but he was also being pursued by the two people behind him. Lin Xian was unwilling to throw it away just like that. After all, the heretic monarch crystal contained pure energy. If he could absorb all of it, then his cultivation would rise to the late harmonious spirit realm. This was a terrifying speed of improvement. Even if it didn't stop, it would save Lin Xian tens of years of bitter cultivation. Moreover, it would greatly increase his chances of winning the Azure Dragon Society. Therefore, Lin Xian could not give up. "Send your corpse back to your hometown." "Tell me, where is your hometown? What do I have to do?" Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he separated a part of his soul force to maintain his speed and deal with Jade-Faced Playboy and the others behind him. "My hometown is in the Sky Martial Domain. You just have to put my corpse in the ancestral land of Tianxiang Country's Yu family." Sky Martial Domain, Tianxiang Country's Yu family. Lin Xian frowned as he thought quickly. This request was not too difficult. He just had to send the corpse there. Moreover, he would have to go to the Sky Martial Domain sooner or later. It's that simple? No other requests? Lin Xian was puzzled. Simple. The evil king's remnant consciousness was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. "That's right. It's that simple. As long as you can do it, everything I have will be yours." "Okay, I promise you," Lin Xian quickly said. "Then, can I absorb the energy of the crystals?" "No rush. Just agreeing isn't enough. What if you go back on your word?" The evil king said, "But I'm already dead. Even if you go back on your word, I can't do anything to you. So, you have to make an oath first." "Oath?" Lin Xian's expression was strange. "That's right. Make an oath. Blood sacrifice incantation," the evil king said. "Now, drip your blood essence into my body. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, the remnant consciousness fell silent. "Kid, you have to think carefully." Lord Alcohol reminded him. "The blood sacrifice incantation is very effective. If you don't do it, I'm afraid a disaster will happen." "Is it really that effective?" Lin Xian was in disbelief. Back then, there was a supremacy who surpassed the spirit-detecting realm who once swore such a deadly oath. In the end, he failed to do it. Later, he was attacked by an unknown creature, and his body split, into several pieces. A supremacy who surpassed the spirit-detecting realm also died. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. However, since he dared to agree, he would definitely be able to complete it. Furthermore, the evil king's crystals were extremely important to him. Therefore, Lin Xian agreed after thinking for a moment. Since he had agreed, he needed to cast the blood sacrifice incantation. He had to return to the evil king's tomb and obtain the evil king's corpse. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and suddenly changed directions. Zhao Shui didn't know what was going on, but she still chose to believe in Lin Xian. Behind them, Jade-Faced Playboy and the Blood-Robed Man saw Lin Xian suddenly change directions. They didn't think much of it and continued following. Lin Xian didn't turn back directly. Instead, he kept changing directions and circled around. If he returned directly, it was very likely that he would attract the attention of Jade-Faced Playboy and the Blood-Robed Man. If the two of them were guarding the tomb in advance, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he gradually changed directions in order to numb the two of them. After many changes, Lin Xian finally flew back in the original direction. However, Jade-Faced Playboy and the Blood-Robed Man weren't fools. The two of them observed for a while and discovered Lin Xian's goal. He wants to return to the tomb. Could it be that he found something in the evil king's crystals? Jade-Faced Playboy's expression was uncertain. Back then, he was chasing after the evil king's crystals and didn't carefully search for other things. However, now it seemed that there was something more important in the tomb. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't risk his life to turn back. On the side, the Blood-Robed Man had the same thought. His entire body was covered in bloody light as he increased his speed again. Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind. His speed far exceeded that of an ordinary warrior who had reached the spirit transformation realm. In addition, he had the black cloak and the dragon rebel steps. Therefore, Jade-Faced Playboy and the Blood-Robed Man couldn't catch up with him. After a long time, Lin Xian came near the tomb again. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a flash of sword light and quickly entered the tomb. Behind him, Jade-Faced Playboy suddenly shouted, "Junior sister, quickly stop him!" In the tomb, there was a green figure looking for other treasures. At this moment, the figure heard Jade-Faced Playboy's roar and immediately looked up. This person was Jade-Faced Playboy's junior sister, the girl in green.